Uh, Probably good if I unmute the mic, but yes, hello everybody. Good to see you all. First time doing this on YouTube for quite some time. Uh, yeah, so we are following up on the series that's been here on the channel with Season 9 of União de Tomar. We're kind of just on the overview page right now, just so you can kind of see where the club's at. Obviously, where we ended this previous season with the Taça de Portugal, as well as the UEFA Europa Conference League to wrap things up. So, pretty successful Season 8 to wrap up the last video of it, and then the super cut that I ended up making for it. So, figured we would follow up from there. You can kind of see our kits are still going to be the Samsung ones just because of reasons. We'll go over some of the roster and things of that nature here, but I do want to talk about what we're kind of looking at for this next season here. Let me just transition the screen over. There we go. Bit of a fuller view now. We've got kind of the finances right where the camera is blocking, but budgeting wise, we're in a pretty good place. We have a good amount to play with, 8.85 million, and then the payroll, so we can kind of still just adjust that as needed, but we should be in a pretty good spot in terms of getting people paid accordingly. But I did wanted to talk about post the Taça de Portugal game, what we're going to be sort of doing. There's one particular signing that I've started the process for doing already, with Estevão coming in at 2.4 million next season. He was on loan with us during Season 7. He did pretty well, but he ended up going back to Palmeiras during Season 8 just because we had a couple of guys coming back from loan and just didn't have a spot for him at the time. But his fee is very cheap and he's very good at this point, to where he can definitely help us with our depth, especially with the Europa League coming up. So we do have to consider here, ability-wise, is in a pretty good place with all his things, his technique to go with all the dribbling, finishing to first touch. Maybe a couple things we can improve, but I just think altogether we got some competition for him, but I think us kind of getting ahead of the curve with an offer should put us in the right place to ideally get him. So that's the first sort of major get we have here. And only at 24, yeah, he's still... we do have René Tayana coming in as well too from Storio Praia this next season at 1.2 million. He is pretty good for this level as well. Really do like the fact that he's got a pretty good jumping reach. We just need to work on his heading a little bit more just to make him effective in set pieces. I mean, for Estevão, we had him on loan in Season 7, so, like, he knows the club at the very least, and he did have seemingly a decent time here as a whole. But yeah, Tayana is one of the other folks we have coming in as well. So we have two good signings already that are going to be on deck for us, and then I believe these are just a couple coming in. Isaac Mabaya as a free agent. This is just for depth purposes. So... And then we have a couple of guys going out on free transfers just because they were like part of our youth academy and just weren't working out as a whole. What else did I mean to show you all here? We made some pretty good money from European competitions over the past couple of months here, so the club is in a great financial situation, which helps me with requesting stuff like, hey, let's increase the coaching budgeting and then training stuff, which I believe I already have being done, so that's nice. Let me just make these requests and we'll keep it moving here. We're still in June, so we're still fairly early ahead, but the schedule has us scheduled for like a friendly cup against like Go Ahead Eagles and then two other teams later in July, so I guess that will kind of function as part of our preseason. So yeah, the YouTube outlook, it is pretty interesting, all things considered, just in terms of I'm not used to the dynamics of it and then putting it on OBS, so it makes me wonder if I ever am able to multi-stream, how that's gonna end up looking from both sides of the spectrum. So support Broe. Okay, yeah, he did come back from injury as well as Tiles from last season around. We've got some coaches coming in since I've had the staff signings delegated to the GMs and stuff. But I guess I can show a little bit more of the roster as well too. So, Hemi Boishiro, that was the goalie that we got mid last season around, and he's been doing great for us. It's kind of the reason we won 2 titles, to be completely honest with you. Like, he feels like he is already like a high European competition caliber goalie, so my hope is that we can hold on to him for as long as humanly possible. Especially at 22, he still has like plenty of capacity to grow. Couple of other guys we've got on deck here. Let's see. Ricardo Rojas, kind of our big Venezuelan guy that we got for the wing itself. Pretty decent, still very young as well. That's the good thing about this team. Yeah, I mean, ideally we want to go to the Champions League. Like, this is the year I want to try to make a push against Benfica and Porto and their whole conquering of the league. But yes, hello Benny, it's good to see you, man. Yeah, just to give you an outlook on last season, you know, runners-up in the Allianz Cup, winners of the Taça de Portugal in the Europa Conference League, and then on the Liga Portugal situation itself, we were only 4 points away from Porto this time around. We just had way too many draws against the big three that were kind of the differential at the end of the day. But Famalicão have been doing pretty well for themselves, kind of getting the 4th place spot. Sporting had a terrible season this past year. Yes, thanks, Betty, appreciate it. I've had the partner program for a while, and like YouTube ad revenue coming in every couple months, just depending on views and such. But yeah, it's nice to have that. Yeah, Tondela as well, like, their seasons have not been bad by any stretch. Summary-wise, like, they got promoted in the 27-28 season and then barely hung on the season before this one, so season 7 of the save, and then season 8, they just kind of, well, season 6, sorry, 7, and then season 8, they just kind of had a fantastic year. Vizela had a pretty good year as well. Again, the fall-off was specifically with Braga, Boa Vista, and Sporting this past season. For comparison, the season beforehand, we were 3rd place in the previous 2 years, which has been nice for us. But then beforehand, Famalicão's been holding on to 4th. Sporting was in 5th. Braga was at 8th. So a couple of these teams have been struggling, to say the least. And then, yeah, season 6 was when it was kind of just us upsetting Sporting for 3rd place overall, and then them and Braga falling off a little bit. But it's been nice to see some of these Portuguese teams being putting a little bit more of a fight now and making it not just like Porto, Benfica, and Sporting dominating everything. So yeah, we'll keep it going here, as we still basically got like a whole month before really getting into the preseason and friendlies being scheduled and all that comes with that. At the same time though, we do have a couple of interesting key figures here. According to the squad planner, I just usually put it the assistant to kind of give me a breakdown on everything just to gauge spots. Ideally, if we get Steven, he'll help with our depth here, and I guess I can show a couple more guys. Marco Tavares has been like the revelation for us. Like, coming out of our youth academy, he's been one of our best players, and at 22, he's already like captain material, and we're trying to like hang on to him for dear life. Which, speaking of which, his contract expires next year, so he's not interested in renewing because I guess Did I transfer list him? I did not mean to transfer list him. I think I meant to just like put an asking price on him because the assistant said he wasn't interested in re-signing, but let's try it now that we've got him. Perfect. So, star player, which I am more than fine with doing. He does want probably a boatload of money. That is the problem, unfortunately. So let's see if we can get a little creative with the contract offering here. So we have to lock these up just because that's the max that we can offer. But let's see. Go bonuses. You know what? We'll say 15. Release clause, if it's a UEFA Champions League team, I'll put it at 41. Just, we know we're at least getting some value out of it. We've got seasonal landmarks already set, so I'm going to just increase these a little bit more. Just try to make this offer as enticing as humanly possible for him. Relegation release clause, if we get relegated for some reason, you can go for like 5 million. I don't think we have to worry about it, but in the odd case it happens. If we get to the knockout playoff round of the Europa, we'll give you 250k. If we somehow win the Europa, I'll give you 375k. Easy peasy. Let's suggest some terms. Okay, he's willing to talk. He's just increasing a couple of these a little bit more. We can't do the yearly raise or the international. Okay. So he wants a smaller release fee. Okay, just to make it fair for him then, see if we can entice him a little bit more this way. We'll make it 35 mil. Hello, Hung. How are you? Good to see you over here. Unused substitute. We'll do 9k. International cap bonus. You know what? I'll go 18. Top goal scorer bonus. If you end up the top scorer in the entire Liga Portugal, that means we probably will have won the title in some way, shape, or form. So I'm willing to make these bonuses a little bit bigger. I'll even make this one bigger too. Let's see if we can attract it. Nope. Okay, so we'll come back to him. See if we can negotiate this in a few months. Porto frauding in the Europa League right now. That seems on brand. We'll check back with Tavares at a later point, but I guess we can show off some of our other players in the meantime. Cho Sang-yoon, phenomenal striker, and already being wanted by Aston Villa, which means other Premier League teams are going to be soon knocking on our door. I would not be surprised. And I mean, this guy scored 29 goals across all competitions last year. He was, I believe, the top goal scorer for the Europa Conference League as well. Yep, he was. Him and Marco were first and third, respectively. So that's going to definitely turn some heads here. Nikolaj Jojic did pretty well on some limited appearances for us here. Kind of an assists maestro from the right wing, so pretty great on that side of the spectrum. Luka Lukanic, who's been one of our main... he's been playing mostly DM, but we've also had him play some attacking as well too, formations and such. But he may not look like much in the current ability and stuff, but like he got us 15 assists last year, and he has kind of a penchant for scoring some really good like long distance goals. The long shots situation helps with that considerably. So let's see who else we have to display. So Mitchell Sons, who is a wonder kid for us. He's considered like among like a top 15, I believe, best wonder kids in the world right now, and with these physicals and just all the stuff he's developing right now, I'm hoping we can keep a hold of him. It doesn't seem a lot of people have noticed him just yet, so we're hoping to keep it that way. And at 6 feet too, like having this good of a jumping reach and the header being decent too, like he's good for set piece scenarios. Judson Sapel was kind of our super sub figure this past year, but still scored 15 goals out of it. So pretty great option there to have if we're rotating players around. let's see, who else do we have in the books here? We did bring in Kevin Dos Santos last season, and he's been a big part of the team, just in depth, especially in the Conference League side of the spectrum. Marius Milostivu is one person that I've really liked as well. Came out of our academy as well, has some really good stats. Tall as all hell at 6'7", so I'm hoping I can develop him in just a set-piece monster with his heading and jumping reach to go with that. So ideally being our guy that gets into the set pieces and gets things done. So let's just keep continuing just to go across. I want to see what happens with the Estevão signing. And then just let me know how we're looking too on the audio side. If the mic's coming through clearly, if the background music is too loud, or if it needs to be raised, just let me know as well. I had to replay with the settings after shifting everything from like the Twitch OBS settings over to putting in the YouTube ones instead. So okay. Hey Gecko, good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate the love on the videos and then you showing up to join us here for the streaming side as well. So, glad you liked it. Okay, so we got a couple of new coaching signings done. And they are giving us the junior coaching and youth recruitment increases, which is great. Like, that helps us with the keeping the academy pretty strong, all things considered. Let me just hold on here. Right, so we got some emails incoming, and then right because he's appeared in international games, so he's gotten a bit of a pay raise, which we did negotiate on his contract, so that works out pretty well. All things considered, what I was looking at here earlier was we do need a little more depth in the DM side of the position, just because we rotate a couple of guys around. The Clayton Rosero is kind of growing into the role with some more time. Like, he's going to be pretty great at it, all things considered, but I do want to add an extra guy here that's not just for that, because Milostivo's young, and then Luca, we kind of rotate him around all over the place, so an extra DM would not hurt. And I know there's been a couple of suggestions popping up through the recruitment focuses and whatnot. Ryan Giles, interesting that he is wanted. I think he was a target at one point, but we're in a pretty good place. Thiago looks like a good defender, but that's going to be a lot of money there, and I don't have that at this particular time. Niall Keane, Arsenal. Is he coming up at the end of his contract? He is. Okay, so he looks like a good future prospect. Just one of those guys where everything might not be there as of yet, but could be in the next 1 to 2 years. Interesting. Can we offer him a trial, maybe? Yeah, he is intriguing, and the fact that he is like at the end of his contract, you know what? I'll just approach him to see what happens. Only once emergency backup, so that's not too big of a concern, and we can always loan him out for experience if we do get him. And he's not going to cost much either from the looks of it here, so... Ooh, nice work there, Bodo. Keep Porto humble, if you will. Okay, you want 6.75. Can we negotiate you down to a 6.5 if we give you 80k as a suggestion? Okay, cool. So we have a contract offer on the table for him then. Yeah, good suggestion there from the overview board. I appreciate it. Let's see, players-wise, I want guys that are like interested in us here. Let me just go to the overview board. Okay, so we got a Romário Tavares, interesting enough, for Moreirense, who is very, very good, but very, very expensive. Hello, Matt. How are you? Hope all is well. We took it with 24 million. Elmedi Toumi seems like a very good player, just very expensive, unfortunately. So, Luciano Martin at 5 million. Let me get a couple guys here. Just okay, so we have extensive scouting on these guys. It's just a matter of like how much do people do these teams want for them. Do the agent report the transfer value may be out of date? Yeah, we'll go ahead and scout them again then in this case. How interesting. Okay. Yeah, definitely a couple of interesting players here. I just need to update the... Yeah, the budgeting is the really... Especially in the scenario where we are decent enough to be in European competitions, but not really big enough to afford a lot of these fees compared to some of the bigger clubs that are out there. So we gotta just try to shop as smartly as we humanly can. Francisco from Real Betis does look interesting though. Can kind of play all up front between central, because DM position isn't the best. He's accomplished compared to being a natural. But the fact that he is a natural in two positions and accomplished in two others does make him a pretty good depth piece, if anything. And they only want 7.6 million for him. That would be my entire transfer budget in a nutshell, but we'll put a pin on him for the time being. Let's shortlist him for like the next year and just keep our eyes on him. In the meantime, let me just advance another day here since we're still waiting to see on Stevon's negotiations that we did with him. See if that goes all through. Yeah, for some reason the game scheduled me in a friendly cup with Go Ahead Eagles, and then there is a team from Sweden and a team from Cyprus as well. I'll show that to you here in just a second. Yes. I'm sure he's hanging around somewhere there in the Netherlands. Actually, this might be a good bit here to... Okay, so AK Larnacas, they want Dos Santos on loan. Yeah, that's the way I believe it's set to be as well. But it is early during our preseason stuff, so there's a part of me that wishes I had asked Lucas about it, just in terms of like getting his coaches in this particular save, just for the bits of it and using the editor to like put him in place. But let's see here. So Larnacas wants Kevin Dos Santos. He's not interested in them though, so I'm just gonna reject that for the time being. Just gonna go through. Okay, so this friendly cup. So it's União de Tomar against Go Ahead Eagles, and then Iverdon of Switzerland versus AL Limassol of Cyprus. So it's a Swiss team, not Swedish. That's on me. Let me just screenshot this real quick here. Let's see. Here and keep it moving. Thought it had moved automatically here for a second. That's what I get for not paying attention to the screen. All right. So Milostivo's playing for Romania. Didn't do much in it, but at least he is getting time under their U21s. And now Monaco's starting to show interest on Son Heung. He does have that 28 million release clause, and I'm actually curious if with him, if we can extend him. Because I know there's interest, but can we discuss a new contract with his agent? He's unsure about making that commitment right now, but here's what would it take to get a deal done. It has to be something dodgy to get the friendly itself, like just cozied up accordingly, paid someone off, who knows. So Son Heung, damn, that is a lot of money that these guys want. Minimum release clause 36 mil, yeah, strengthen the first squad. Yeah, they want a lot. The thing is that we're getting to the stage like these guys are wanting a boatload of money here. Yeah, that is... Like, you're demanding so much. What is this? Okay, we got some room in the budget here. Let me see. Yeah, 41 million, 1.3. Just try to increase these as much as we can. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think at least trying to make this like bridge gap and then hopefully doing well enough in Europe and such to where we can negotiate a better deal that gets rid of that release clause entirely. Is just I'm trying to make sure that we don't lose him for just 28 million if I can help it. Even though we got him for like much cheaper, I believe his deal was let me take a look at the history here. Yeah, we only got it for 325k. So we'd still be making bank on him regardless if he goes or not. But I'd like to try to maybe get a little bit more, you know? Just a smidge and more. Okay, doesn't want that. We're gonna have to be firm on these. Just like, this is the max that we can do. Give us something we can work with. Please and thank you. See if we can just encourage him to score goals. Okay, he's not biting on it, so we'll have to check back on these later on in the season if we don't lose either Marco or Cho. So we just tried to do that with the contract and you guys said no. So if you want me to try again, I guess we can? Question mark? There we go. We can't afford it. I can't pretend I'm not disappointed, but I do at least understand. Thanks for your time. Whew! Crisis averted there. Him not being angry with me is the important part out of all of this. I'd rather not have to deal with that if I can help it. But yeah, preseason's incoming on the 23rd, so I think we should be getting like friendlies scheduled accordingly. If not, I can go in and do them myself. There's been a lot of speculation this week linking to the vacant Ren post. Are you interested in the job? No. The keyword there is speculation. They haven't been in touch, and I'm focusing on my work here. I don't think there's much to these stories, really. If there is, it's news to me. It is news to me. That's the first I've heard of a French club offering me a job in any way, shape, or form. Okay, so Strasbourg is trying to offer a loan for Stevo. Get away from my boy. Plain and simple, get away from my boy. Matter of fact, here, just an extra caveat to convince you to come to our club. Okay, Niall Keane is officially signing with us, so 22-year-old defensive midfielder, more of a prospect initially here, but we should be able to get something out of him at the very least in the league level. So he's coming through on July 1st. So yeah, the European competition stuff, it's rough. Like, Liga Portugal is still 8th right now, so we haven't really improved in any way, shape, or form. We've just stayed steady, so we're still below Belgium, Austria, France, so on and so forth. But we have risen in the European club ranking, so we're 65th now. So we jumped up immensely, so we are bigger than Borussia Dortmund now, according to the rankings, so good for us. And we're only a place behind Juventus. Yeah, coefficient spots wise, yeah, Brighton and Leverkusen. And then we've got 6 first team squad players trained at the club, and then 10 trained in the nation, so we should be more than good to meet the home growth factor for the continental competitions, which is nice. Okay. Okay, so Sunset Bell wants to discuss the future. New contract. He's only getting paid 7.5. Let's see what he wants contract-wise, because I would be cool with just extending him as a depth piece for us in case we have a couple of guys leaving. So 21 to 25k. That's not egregious. Let's see if we can maybe lower that a little bit. Okay, we can. So he's looking at 17.75 to 21. That's agreeable enough. Let's see if we can just negotiate things. He wants to be just a regular starter. We'll work our way around that. I'm just trying to kind of strengthen our financial positioning here. So only once 18 is the standard bearer. That's fine. Yeah, that's a good pay raise for him and keeps him happy. But in the meantime, let's see here. Okay, so this guy. Yeah, we don't need a keeper anymore. At this point, we got Boishiro as it was, so he's hopefully sticking around for a while. Now, in the meantime... Okay, so team's happy with me, which is good. Ruben Vargas. So basically a decent depth option, but he is 32, but only a 250k. We'll put a pen on this for now. This one, nope, not interested. We're good. So Marco Tavares scored for the Portugal under-21s, 1-0. Ren offers job interview. Decline. We're not interested. And then let me just do one quick thing here. I just needed to save this screenshot for Marco. Bayern's offering me a job interview. That's crazy. Wolfsburg's well, them. That's an automatic no. Sorry. I'm not taking a Bayern job by any stretch. I'm just curious. I'm like, how bad have you guys been if you need someone to come in and take the job? Oh, like second place, losing to Leverkusen bad. Got it. How dominant have they been in the Bundesliga side of the spectrum over the past few years? Have they kind of lost that, or what's going on? Past winners. Oh, so basically Leverkusen ended their streak just 7 to 8 years later in this universe? That's tough for them. Unfortunately, no. If this was some sort of a journeyman save, maybe I'd consider it, but we're gonna stick with what we got. I do appreciate them noticing at the very least. Okay, and Estevam has agreed to a deal to join the club. 2.4 million as a fee, 16k per week for him. Actually, I just remembered. Just for the sake of the interface here, since we are in Europe, we're gonna change that to euros now, just to actually make this a little more proper. So 15k euros per week in this case. Perfect. So he is signed. Yeah, like they're not Leverkusen anymore. It just took him an extra 7 to 8 years to do it. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't with Xabi Alonso in this case. I will check their head coach in a second because now I am super curious about what this Leverkusen team did to get to this point. Let's see here. Just bringing the microphone down just a little bit level-wise. I think you all can still hear me okay from the way the volume control thing is showing. I just don't want it to be in the way of like what the camera is showcasing and such here. But in the meantime, a couple of things happening. I guess Adrian Militão was discussing a new contract with PSG. Vitória de Guimarães is trying to negotiate deals as well. Sorry, just kind of waiting to see. Something big must be going on this day if they're just taking this long to kind of move things along here. Interesting. Alright. Somebody got called for the Gold Cup. Jonathan Piet, so future quality signing, but doesn't really fit the needs of what we have right now. And then, what was the wanting to check the Bundesliga, right? Oh, I guess because now they've taken the cycle over. So Leverkusen. Burim Kukeli is their coach. Who was he with before? Okay, so he was basically working his way as an assistant coach through some of the Belgian teams and such here initially, going into the save under 21's coach, and then Yeverdon, Lask, and then he took the Leverkusen job in 28. Interesting, so just raised him to the level to finally win a title. That's neat. But that explains why Bayern's looking for a new coach. They're just like, well, we just lost 20 years of dominance here, so we need a new person. Definitely, that checks out for them. And let's see, what do we have? Coaching qualifications, we got Sunset Bell on an extended contract now, so he's happy with that. That's one person I don't have to worry about at this juncture. Great. I guess I could show some of the tactics that we've been using as well too. So we have this sort of like a Bell Fajeda 4-2-3-1 that I've been using mainly as a weapon. We have a mixture version of it here where it's more central midfielders and stuff rather than defensive midfielders. Both within positive and attacking, so it's still attacking oriented and what have you. And then there is this 4-2-3-1 mixture that I am going to try this next season as well too, to having the attacking midfielder be a shadow striker, kind of over leaning to the right, while having the advanced forward more in the left fronts, center left side, I guess is what you call it. Just, yeah, things to look at here. But for the most part, this has been the main bread and butter tactic that we have, and you can kind of see how it's done for. Interesting, yeah. The inverted fullback stuff is interesting just because we usually have the left back going forward, like just encouraging them to go forward a lot, and then obviously the segundo volante joining in as well. So having the third guy here on the right just kind of slide up in the center as well just helps, and Rojas is decent at the role, so. And I mean, the tactic itself did help us to Europa Conference League title, so I'm certainly not complaining. I'm just very curious how it's going to work out, like, in terms of the European League teams. Like, if we'll have a similar level of success, if we'd be a little bit more, a little bit less, just it's a wait-and-see approach with it. And usually the big thing too is that because of like my own time constraints and such, more often than not, if I was running through games over the course of a season, it'd be mostly like instant resulting them rather than like playing them out outside of maybe rare second leg games on certain cups and finals and what have you, just because of time constraints and stuff. So I'm always interested to see how the tactic itself will work, more so if you're playing the games like live and ongoing on stream compared to instant resulting them, and kind of where the differentials with that can be as well, because there's definitely some sort of a difference if you're being able to make adjustments on the fly rather than just the preset tactic and all of the preset like opposition instructions and then just seeing what happens with it. So Apostolopoulos, they are offering us a good amount of money for him, and he is 28. Last season around, he was loaned out too, I believe. So with us, he hasn't really played much unfortunately. So he's been kind of, just because we've been bringing in better players as well. So let me see if I can maybe get 80k for him. Okay, cool. I could have maybe increased that a little bit more, but we'll at least get some value, good value for him. I believe we did get him way back when, yeah, it was on a free transfer, so we're still going to make a little bit of money on him at the very least. So pretty happy with that if he does decide to leave. Okay, we're almost to the 30th and then really almost to preseason. So we're getting the good stuff coming up here pretty soon. So Cladder Rosero, he is decent and he is inexpensive at the moment. Let me see if I can get some Molinos to maybe resolve the issue. Maybe? He is unable to resolve his happiness. Okay. What does Rosero want? What is his agent? What is he looking for? 725, okay, that's not egregious by any stretch. 27.5 mil if a team that's playing in the Champions League wants him. Got that down to a 6.25, so probably just make it an even 7 for him. Yeah, I can do that. Let's do this. So squad player currently, regular starter, and then important player. Just a natural transition here. Perfect. I am very glad you agree. And then 7? Perfect. Okay, that's a key piece of our future here, and we can just promise him we'll arrange for the talks and just make him happy in the process. So usually anytime that we have unhappy players talking about like increased contracts, I will usually always go to the agent first and try to gauge what they want exactly. If it's within the boundaries, I can just be like either accept or stall, and then just if it's a good deal, just start those negotiations, get that all squared away, and then talk to them like, yeah, we're talking about the contract, just okay, so yeah, we've got our expiring contract. So Aristide one was a good servant for the club over the last couple of years, but like his level is just not where it needs to be at this point, and we've brought in like his replacements quite some time ago too. So we're just letting his contract expire in full. Fabio Vieira, let's see, where is he right now? He went to Juventus, and he's doing pretty well at Juventus at that. But I mean, to their credit, Porto in this particular save has been the dominant force within it. In Liga Portugal, they pretty much have won 4 out of, I guess, really 5 out of the last 7, which is pretty nuts in their own right. And their team is pretty good too. Like, they've got a couple of really good players. They've got Jonico Ciasari, which I believe they brought in last season, I want to say. Diogo Costa's still there. They did bring in Yusufa Mukoko on loan earlier. They also have, who was it? Yeah, Ansu Fati is here now too. But yeah, in real life, they could probably use a couple of these guys to like not be shit, to say the least. And then Gyökeres, he was with Sparting for a little bit, but I know he moved away from them fairly early in the save. Yeah, he went to Salzburg in 27, so he's been with them since. And now, yeah, a couple of these Saudi Arabian teams want him at this juncture too. Like, he is incredible, but at 33, like, he is getting older and older, and just probably, like, I'm expecting his physicals to take, like, a nosedive in the next 1 to 2 years. Yeah, no, these Porto teams in the last 7-8 seasons of the save, like, they have just been diabolical in, like, how good they've been in terms of the talent that they've brought in to just pretty much dominate at this level. the fact we've managed to keep somewhat competitive with them, even with as little of a budget as we've had compared to them, has been one of the better accomplishments I've had in my time with FM so far as a whole. But the idea is to try to dethrone them in the next 1 to 2 seasons here. So Reinders and 1, they want us for affiliate team purposes, but I'm pretty sure they're going to want more than that. Yeah, they want to be squad players, which just does not work for me at all. So setting for release is the right call here. It sucks, but just like if they're not going to agree to be part of like our B team to help with that, then just it's not going to work out. Okay, so expiring contracts. Yeah, we'll just let the other coaches deal with that. I think I have the staff instructions set up to where they have the responsibility on those contracts. I'll even do that for the U19s, U23s coaches. I'm like, yeah, the GM can do that. And the president can take care of those too, sure. Yeah, like any staffing contracts at this point, unless I really want a staff member and go after it myself. Ooh, wow. That's, especially since it's still early in the second half, so there's now kind of a chance for Porto to try to get back into this. So Apostolopoulos, thank you for your service, sir. We appreciate it, but it's time for you to move to a place that will let you play more minutes compared to what I can give you. So go forth and prosper. Alright, so what's next here? Yeah, I mean, he was really good for us in those early years, so I am appreciative of him. But with René Tayana coming in, and then also us having Milostivo as well as Mitchelson's around, plus Rojas too, just he wasn't really going to fit on the depth chart at all, unfortunately. So it was time. But I am proud of the fact that we managed to have like a player like him on the roster for a couple of years that we found on a free, did well to help us get up to Liga Portugal, and then we managed to sell him for a little bit of a profit. So that's all you can ask. Okay, so a couple of guys coming back from loan. Augusto Tavares is another one that looks very, very promising if we can get him to live up to it. He's still not there yet, ability-wise, and, you know, there's a couple of things like his consistency is not what I like on players, but I think with these physicals alone, there's potential for him to be something. He just needs a little more time to marinate, and especially at age 20, we can find another decent loan for him to get some more experience and hopefully have him ready by like a year or 2 years, just depending. Yeah, pretty much. And that one I just found, I'm trying to think, I don't think it was a part of our youth rankings, but I'll double check that in a second. He might have been one of our youth intakes from 2 or 3 seasons ago, and I'm just not recalling it. But yeah, we've seen a couple Tavares that are just kind of rocking it accordingly, so. Pink Floyd 1891, thank you for following. Appreciate it. I guess at least the prompts are working on the YouTube side now. We have confirmed that at the very least. So maybe the follow was on Twitch too. Who knows? Let's see here. Yeah, that's the thing with stream elements and such too, and just doing the overlays. I'm still getting used to like having the aspects of it, whether those work with YouTube, just between that and Twitch. It's a different beast as a whole, but I do have the bigger audience on YouTube, so it's kind of just like, well, let's try to do some stuff here. Maybe see, even if the discovery features might not be the best, it's still something to try and make the best out of it. Ideally, I want to get my internet in a good place to where it can do multi-streaming, but while that's not there yet, I can kind of alternate as needed. So Josero signed his extension with us, which is pretty great. Let's move on here to okay, so that'd be okay, so Augusto Tavares. Okay, he is one of ours. He did come from our youth intake as well too back in the previous season here. So a couple of seasons back, 26, 27. So that would have been 8, 7, 6. Season 5. So he was with season 5's intake. Got it. Took me a second to realize that. I'm like, wait a minute. Which season was this again? Oh yeah, there we go. I kind of wonder as well. I've seen at least 2 to 3 of them so far into the fold here. I'm just thinking that's one of the go-to Portuguese names for FM. Not 100% sure, but let's see here. All right, almost there to the 30th, so these guys are getting released. Some of them, Apostle is joining his new team, and then we have the new guys coming in. So Tayana, Stevo, and Keen are coming in to join us. Awesome. Okay, so I guess that's a guy that we had in our short list and somebody else is making an offer for him. That's fine. Doesn't really matter at that point, to be honest, so. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Naming wise, it's a little odd how they go about it, but I'm just kind of along the lines of, okay, it is what it is. Worst comes to worst, if I need to differentiate between the names, there's always that nicknames option to just put in a different name entirely. In the meantime, on here. Did they tie it, or did they end up getting scored on again? Let me check the... Oh, Bodo just scored again. Oh, wow. Okay. Just, they're just deciding that today is not going to be their day. My goodness. 3-1. That's pretty crazy. Okay, so we got a reputation boost out of it, which is nice. We're now at the 30th, and then Porto Vizela getting the biggest overachievers score since they finished in 5th compared to what they were predicting, and Sporting getting underachievers, which checks out. And then Ansu Fati for them, 11 goals, 6 assists. David Pereira da Costa was the runner-up from our side. Free transfer, 7 goals, 3 assists in his 30 appearances in the league. Let me save this real quick here. Save season 9. Yeah, fair enough. Just, yeah, Porto has not been... it's a bad first game for them to have at this particular level here, to say the least. Thankfully, with this particular phase of the Champions League, now that it's only, you know, that it is 8 games against different teams rather than just playing the 3 teams in your group twice situation, so maybe they'll get some better results against other teams coming up. But this game against Bodo Glimt should have been a winnable one for them under any normal circumstances. I always cannot get these leaderboards to like just show me on the whole list no matter how hard I try with it. It's kind of sad, to be honest, but such is life. We'll just keep things moving along. Yeah, usually for me, it's the fact that I can't get into the word that makes me care even less, to be honest. Ooh, okay, so we are getting... Right, because we did win the Taça de Portugal, so we are in the Super Cup game against Porto officially here. So that's going to be a title for us to fight for here. Good stuff. Board expanding available payroll budget for GM. Okay. Can we spend this money elsewhere with scouting? Nope. Could we commit board transfer revenue back into the transfer budget, please? We think our idea is better than yours. Okay, don't listen to the guy who's won you titles in the last 2 years. Cool. Whatever. Let's see. Oh, hello, Cassidy. How are you? Good to see you over here, too. How are things? Stream has been good for the most part, though. We're still just getting started with really getting through the off-season side of the grind. but we are getting close to preseason itself, which means we'll get some games scheduled, and we do have the friendly cup stuff with Go Ahead Eagles coming up there on the schedule, so that's nice. Then I guess teams that have accepted friendly invitations, so Apostle Polos gets a bit of money from the transfer. Zuckerberg signed. Our average attendance went up. Right, so preseason stuff. Okay, so we've got friendlies accepted and being done with Torino, Juventus, and Monza. Interesting. We'll keep the recruitment meeting fine. And then we get our Liga Portugal money as well for TV rights. That will just be paid off over the course of the year, which is great. So let's see the schedule here. Okay, so we got... I wouldn't be surprised if the Juventus one gets cancelled because of the Friendly Cup situation. Yeah, because that gets played on the 15th. And then the final is basically like scheduled usually the day after type of deal. So we'll see how this fares out, but we've got a little bit of time between our first few games of the season. So what I'm going to do as well is to give us 2 more friendlies here midweek on Wednesday. And for these, and yeah, we'll actually... Yeah, we can start with one on the 10th too, sure. For that one, let's see who wants in on it. Tondela, yeah, make us a little bit of revenue this way. And then Leverkusen, Newcastle. Ipswich Town? No. Just for shits and giggles, I want to try something. There we go. Okay. Squads. I guess we can't schedule a friendly against them. I mean, might as well try it, because at the very least that's revenue. So, like, oh, I guess I'm not getting the option for scheduling, proposing a friendly. Trying all the crew teams would be interesting, yeah. So, in this case... let's take a look at Poland, yeah. They're probably in the second tier in this league still. I'm simply curious if that would be a possibility here. So, Polonia Warsaw. Crew is not. He's a Liverpool fan on his side of the spectrum. I don't think we could schedule a friendly against him. Maybe, probably because we don't have the league enabled. I wouldn't be surprised. Let me double check. For Poland. Oh, we do. We might just be on view mode though, so that could be a kind of a hindrance to it here. Yeah. Oh, and they're playable. I guess they're just not available on that particular day. Okay, cool. I guess we'll do Porto. See what happens. So Crew have rejected, but Tondela and Porto accepted. So that's fine. We will keep with those then as it is. So this one probably take a little bit just because it's going from the 30th to the 1st with the transfer window opening and then people leaving, people joining, so that takes some time. But I think we're in a pretty good place, all things considered. Excuse me. Yeah. For some reason, my body did one of those things where it slept like a good 6.5, 7 hours yesterday, but it feels more tired than usual, maybe just because of, I don't know, it needed like an extra hour to sleep, have like the full sleep cycle situation with it. It's weird sometimes how this sort of stuff works. I definitely felt like I got sleep, but just my body's like, yeah, I'm tired, blah, 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 type of thing. In the meantime, though, let's, okay, so that's our U19 teams playing in this particular league. We've got our fixtures released officially. We have a U23 invitation, which we'll accept, so that's to let the U23s just get some time in. Joe Guzmayo's still hanging around the team at 29. He's kind of our oldest standing player. He's been here since season 1, so he's been a loyal servant to the club, to be honest. Like, and even though he's nowhere near like the level that you need somebody to be to play at this level, at the very least, it's kind of cool that he's hung around at least for a little while. I do believe this should be his. I think he's on a month-to-month situation now at this point, so I mean, I'm not opposed to keeping him around if he's just gonna play for like our B team and stuff. So then financials wise, we're still in a pretty good place with the payroll budget, even with the increases coming up for a lot of players. And then we have a couple that are leaving as well too, so there is that to consider. Gyökeres is still good, but he's still very expensive, so we're not even touching that. Isaac Mabaya, I believe, yeah, he is joining our team here coming up next day, so he's pretty cool. Like, as a depth piece, he should be able to help us out considerably in these spots. And then, yeah, training changes, etc. That's all well and good. Okay, so we're on to the first. And now Chelsea is after Chosunyon, so the race is on now that the window's officially been opened, so we'll see what happens. Valdine Piovani, Bayern Porto, potential 41.5 million euro deal. Jesus. And he looks, even from like not scouting him in full, he looks good if he has these teams going after him. They really are. I'm kind of curious as to what their makeup is team-wise right now. In the meantime, though, okay, so I guess these are the guys that left us, and then we've got the 4 guys that are coming in and joining us. So Keane, they're disappointed in fan reaction-wise, but I think he'll be fine. They're just being dumb about it. He just needs some time to cook. Like, let's get him on loan at this point so that way he can go and cook accordingly. But Isaac Mabaya has joined in. He's a B- reaction. As I said, pretty decent depth player for us. Just with his mentals, some of his physicals, and then just kind of filling in the spots that we need to here up center, and then playing a little bit of right back if we need him to. Hinetayana, super impressed with him. Portuguese Swiss. Physicals are pretty well for this particular junction. The 19 in bravery, 16 determination, good teamwork, good marking and tackling as well. Some of the technicals aren't the best for like trying to get offense out of him, but he should still be a decent set piece threat to go with marking. So yeah, he looks pretty decent. And then Stevon coming in as well. Obviously, just for our depth on the center and the right attack here side of the spectrum. Obviously, I do think that with FM25, that's when he's going to get like his massive boost stats-wise, but he'll also kind of be like locked to that eventual Chelsea transfer as well too. So there is that, there's that double-edged sword to go with it. Portuguese rules are pretty lax, so long as you have a minimum of like 10 players trained in Portugal for 3 years, and then minimum first-year senior players in the squad born there. So, but the max size of players, massive, and then over 23 guys, and the minimum team size of 15. Like, their rules are actually more lax than most European spots I've found, which is nice. We'll welcome the new signings real quick here, just to get some Molinos and the rest of the guys to be more improved on their morales. Yeah, they're incredibly relaxed. Okay, so Nogueira went to Casapia when it expired. Juan Moreno left as well. And then Marcelo Carvalho, there are teams offering him for loan, and he is one of the half-decent prospects we got, but he does need some time playing elsewhere to do it. So I'm going to accept all of these and just let him pick whichever spot he is, since it's pretty much same idea in terms of where he's going. Chuvaloso. Okay, I did win Manager of the Year again, so that's nice from last season. Augusto Tavares was basically the, I guess, Fair Play Award for Liga Portugal last season, so just not tackling people and stuff. That's pretty great. Recommended training and individual training. Start developing foot. Yep. And then let's see, youth candidates. Okay, so we don't have a intake as of yet, but I'm kind of curious now that we've improved our facilities a little bit more, if like the recruitment's gonna be better for it. So Chelsea, let's see, what have they wanted on their side of the spectrum here? So Reece James still with them. They still have Moises Caicedo. They have this Brian Alvarez kid. Definitely a couple of new faces here. So Verbruggen as their goalie. Caicedo's around. Kendry Paez did go over to them, so he is around doing his thing with them. Raheem Sterling is still on this team, surprisingly. Ken Uzum, Evan Nilsson. Yeah, interesting. Just a lot of the current faces on real-life Chelsea are not there. Where did Cole Palmer go in this situation? He was with Roma now. Interesting. So he stayed in Chelsea until 26, went to Fenerbahce for a cup of coffee, and then went to Roma immediately after that. Huh. Kunku. Okay, so yeah, Christopher Nkunku's retired. Let's see who else. Nico Jackson was the other one that comes to mind out of Chelsea. Left Chelsea in 27, Real Sociedad, and now is at Juventus, so intriguing. Okay, so our U23 stuff has been determined. Clubs in Portugal release players, so Joey Vierman. I'm trying to see if there's any famous names here. Vito Diaco. Yeah, mostly prospect types that I guess did not pan out. So like these are guys that would be good for probably the lower league side of the spectrum if we were there, but we're already in Liga Portugal, so we're not having to worry about it as much nowadays. Yes, I know Marco Tavares is an important player. The problem is, again, like, these guys have been rough to try and negotiate stuff with. Let's try it again with Marco. Let's see what happens. So, important player, immediate, okay. What are we looking for here? Okay, so he's gone down a little bit. So he's now wanting 50 at 51. Let's see here. If we increase everything, actually, we've got our transfers for the most part, so I can decrease the budget a little bit and kind of try to work. Like, it's a lot, but he is literally our best player in this entire team. Like, I cannot risk losing him to some nonsense, you know? Winning the Europa League, I will pay you out of the wazoo if we win the Europa League. Same for the Taça at this point. Let's see. Just lock these three in and see what he says. He accepted it. Let's go. Yeah, let me take a look at Veerman actually, now that you mention it. Let me put him on trial real quick. Let's see if we can get him on trial and then just really kind of gauge what he looks like outside of his physicals. Because he could be a good depth piece, exactly as you mentioned there. But yeah, there we go. Like, not having to worry about Marco Tavares and not having to worry about a release clause being activated for him too, which means I can control, like, that stuff if the time comes. So, I'm good with that. Yeah, exactly. So, we'll see here. Plus, yeah, getting him on trial now on July 1st, it means, like, even before the Super Cup game against Porto, we'll know everything we need to know about him and then just see if a deal is proper to make for that. Squad player, but maybe past his best. Unlikely to improve. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, we'll let the trial run through this month with him. Test him out in friendlies as well, and then just see what he can offer. Like you said, it's worth taking a gander on. It's worth taking the bet at this point. Trying to see if there's any others. Kostas Tsimikas. Man, like, he's been around for a while. This has got to be like his last season going into it at this point. I mean, trials never hurt. We'll trial him too, sure. John Bellegard. That's fine. No Pagaga. I guess you could. You did play for Rio Ave for like 10 plus years. You can't be that horrible. Let's see you on trial too. Sure. Vito Giaco. You would kind of know about it at this point, and it's like you're okay. But for the position we need you in, the positions we need you in, you're kind of like very lackluster, unfortunately. And I don't like the injury proneness as well either. So Manuel Miranda, okay, yeah, just not all that good. Nunez, older, but I guess you could be something. But yeah, he does. Zé Hugo. Played for Habs de Peixe for a while. At 31. Yeah, I think I'll pass. Let's take a look at the scouting window here. Armin Alrogen. Halfway decent. Kind of in the same spot as Samolinos and Kiwa. Jota Silva. Let me look for him here and see. Yeah, and he's on a, I guess, yeah, he played just for the European, he didn't go to Nottingham on this one, so. Let's try one. Worth it. Yeah. And then Armin. Yeah, for a free deal, he's not bad. We'd have to compete against Austrian, but yeah, better safe than sorry, especially since Somolinos is at 29 and with his deal expiring next year around. And I think with Kiowa is the same. No, he signed a little bit more long-term on his side of the spectrum. Emil Steven Nicholson's. Yeah, sure. Just wants French player, squad, regular, and then just transition into it. I'm fine with that. As the French player is not going to be complaining about his playing time, but he does cost a good amount. And with Marco's deal incoming, that's going to take up a lot of the wage budget. Let me see if I can get him down to like 10 without all the other caveats. Doesn't want much of an increase here on the signing on fee at least, but the appearance fee, no, I need to get this into like 13 mil range, plain and simple. Oh, okay, he accepted it for 11. That's better. All right, we'll see what he says. Cool. Let's see if there's anybody else here worth look. And Manobi. We kind of have too many strikers at this point, like too many people up front, depth-wise, so I think we should be fine on this for now. It's more so trying to find defensive depth. Ahmed Majrashi and then Jose. Not sure why there would be a white face for a guy named Ahmed Majrashi, but then again, was he born in a different area? Or just the faces are probably weird. Probably the face pack doing weird stuff with it. Now Portwire, I'll score the goal. I think I have like the Google updates on it, so that should probably update momentarily for the goal there. But in the night, a goal this late, it's kind of a maybe too little too late situation, so wait and see what happens. Actually, let me do this real quick. Okay, so we're on players now, great. Just trying to get a list of people who are interested, I guess, on the team. Kostev, Manu Tavares. Luciano Martin does look intriguing. Wanted by River Plate though. That's tough. We'll keep this going. We'll kind of explore more options over the next month or so here, just because I kind of want to see how certain things pan out for us, especially since a couple of the Premier League teams have interest on getting Sung Yeon from us. Okay, so already got an interesting bid for Niall Keane here. Let me just assign the mentors automatically and offer these guys on loan. Yeah, Rojas is gonna take issue, that's fine. Let me just get it back to the original then. Just altering player roles. Okay, so the revelations, let me just run through this really quickly here. Not much, just positive comments and stuff. Nobraga on trial, and then Smika's on trial. French player, regular starter, but maybe past his best. Yeah, if Bodo ends up screwing this up, like, that's on them. Like, especially with the having the man advantage on top of it too, so. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, and alright, so hit the autosave spot and going over to okay, and while we're heading towards the preseason stuff in the first game against Tondela here, I am going to take a quick restroom break. About 5 minutes or so. In the meantime, I'm probably just going to have one of the ads running just to get that stuff out of the way. I think it's doing it automatically on YouTube's side, but I'm not 100% sure how they are managing it. I believe when I put the settings, I put it as balanced, so that way it's not too many of them going on at once and kind of disrupting the experience, but also not one running every 2 hours type of deal either. So let me put us on BRB here real quick. I'll run that ad in the meantime. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes or so. So yeah. Oh, sorry about the wait, everybody. Had to run downstairs for a moment to help my folks with a couple of things too, but we're back here. Moved on to the 7th, so we're getting closer to the first set of friendlies. Got a couple of loan situations going on here, so let's see if we can make it work. Get a little bit of income for guys that we don't really play as much or who need the actual practice time. Fair enough. Okay, so Tavares has been extended officially, so he is 100% good to go. Got our B team coaches coming in. What a bro is recovering from injury, but he is basically going to be, I guess, suspended for Liga Portugal games coming up. Paris FC wants Vogado, Pellegrina. Let's see if we can offer that. Okay, and he's back in full training. Usually you have the assistants selected, go to conduct, and then just go from there. Porto. You'd think they would have figured this out, but alas. 250 for a minimum. Otherwise, the loans can keep coming. Alrighty, and then Tondela next in the first friendly we've got, and then we've got this fun little friendly cup here coming up against Go Ahead Eagles. Hard to believe it's almost been 2 hours already since I started it. Just time's kind of been flying. Been good to have you all keeping me company here to an extent too, so it's appreciated. So bro, Christopher Border Bro. Alright, cool. So that's being done here. Let's see here. Okay, so Freiburg sold Alrogan instead, so he decided to go with them rather than us, which, well, we just wanted him on trial, so that checks out in terms of Alright, so Piovani. Looks like a great prospect, to be honest. Expensive, but decent. Caetano. Let's see, center back wise. Not much to him, so. Who are they playing on their side? I haven't checked the Europa League game schedule, to be honest. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Had to get that out of the system here for a second. Oh, Twente. Ah, interesting. Okay. Michelson's. I guess we can apply the advice to work on his ball control, which makes sense given we're having him play as a ball playing training him as a ball playing defender. Yeah, just to add more technique, first touch, and things of that nature. But he's doing really good in his development. Okay. Keane will go over to Shelbourne for the next season. Just get some more loan experience, which is great. Okay. My son's probably one of those guys that, yeah, just on the lower end of the system, doesn't offer much. I'm fine with letting a couple of these guys just go. Gonna check one quick thing here though. And let's see here. I'm actually gonna give something a shot. Okay, so Anayu is going, and okay, Peregrina just loan stuff with him, which fine. Yeah, let's just keep that going. Okay, so got our friendlies roster here. We'll simulate the Tondela match, but we'll do the Go Ahead Eagles Friendly Cup semi as a full game, just to get something going. I just want to make sure we're actually in the right spot for all this stuff here. Easy win against Tondela there, 3-1. Good stuff from everybody involved. Georgic just bruised his knee. He should be fine for the rest of the season here. And then just match tactics and then match review. Match review against Juventus. Just adjust these accordingly, training wise. Let's see here. I think I may have gotten a way to do something here. Give me just a sec. Right, so semi-final incoming. Oh, Xerxes finally debuting. Right, yeah. It's finally happening for a couple of those guys. We'll see if they pay off for them. Let's see if I can stretch things a little bit. Okay, I think I got it. Just let me know how the stream quality sounds for the YouTube side of things here. I've just double checked like my connection settings. It seems like I'm able to do the multi-streaming side of the stuff. I just want to make sure that you guys' experience isn't being affected in any way. So I should be up on both now, both Twitch and on YouTube. So took a while to kind of get that figured out, but I think I've got a grip on it, which is pretty nice, all things considered. And create a dashboard. Alright. So Moira C is up next. Yeah, if you want to double check it for me, Pix, that'd be appreciated. I see it here on my side, but I just want to make sure that things are running as smoothly as they can on all ends of the spectrum here, so it's appreciated on checking up on that for me. We'll take the advice here for a couple of these guys. Okay, so Diomande loan. Okay, Augusto Tavares getting a loan offered over to Mafia, who are in the second tier. That's actually perfect for him getting some playing experience. Perfect. Thank you for that, Pix. Appreciate it. I just saw the Twitch check come up, and that is looking good as well. Awesome. That helps considerably. Perfect, perfect. Well, this is cool. At least it's starting, at least it's working all over the place here, so cannot complain. Alright, so go ahead Eagles is coming up, and then let's see who else are they. Ricardo Marques and then Sandro Ribeiro. Right, yep, we'll let them get loaned out as well. I should leave that to the loan manager, to be completely honest, but I like getting the prompts just so that way I know sometimes to negotiate a little bit more for some guys, and for others, you know. Yeah. And for once, I'm hoping São Paulo can get a result, just because with Botafogo having those 3 points. Well, then again, no, this is the Libertadores, so a meteor could fall on both of them and I wouldn't care. I thought this was regarding the Brasileiro for a second. I'm like, wait, no, it's a weekday, so yeah, it would be Libertadores night. Let's just add these. Let's see here. Let's see here. Peregrina signed from Moreirense, so at least he is not playing for as much anymore, so at least we're getting some more money out of him. Okay, so expectations. Europa League quarterfinals, so that's hefty. And then Liga Portugal basically get top 4 to get into the Conference League minimum. Taça de Portugal getting into the 6th round, which is the quarterfinal. Supertaça, I guess, just don't suck. And the Allianz Cup, the 3rd phase, which is past the group stage situation. So, I can accept these. That's fine by me. Europa League quarterfinals, though, that's... Okay, they're really wanting us to go on the Europa thing. Like, I'm glad you all have some confidence in us, but dang, that is... Alright, just means we gotta perform when the time comes. Let's see here. All right. All right, so 20. So no right now, yeah, with 20, but I guess, yeah, a couple of other games going on as well too. Obviously, like Galatasaray playing Hoffenheim as well. Hoffenheim playing Midtjylland as well too. Interesting. So trying to think, it's today and tomorrow for the Europa games, and then the Europa Conference League is next week? Or are they just trying to do all of the Europa stuff across today and then the Europa Conference League tomorrow? Or I guess it's like a... Because I guess it would make sense to have 1 week dedicated to UCL only, 1 week for Europa, and then 1 week for the Conference League, and just rotate those around accordingly, but you never know with UEFA. Okay, so Feyenoord is also pursuing Cho Sang-yoon. Let's see what we're looking at. So we got 52 mil, 64 mil in the budget. So let me round back to you here and see what we can do. Let's see if we can maybe work something out. So once 51, at 39 we're not too far off from like what he's initially wanting, so I can possibly work my magic here just a little bit with these. Max trophy awards. I'll increase your goal bonuses. Team of the year, you can have 200 instead. 350 if you hit 15 goals. 250. 115. 115. Ooh. Brother, this is what we can afford here. I am so sorry. I'm trying my best, I swear. Ah, he's not biting. Okay, well, we will we'll play this accordingly and see what happens. Maybe if he sticks around through this transfer window, maybe we have a chance to like try to get a signature again in January. Who knows? It is just tough though sometimes. Alright, so let me save real quick here, and then we are gonna get started with the semifinals of this Friendly Cup. Our first game officially being played, like, outside of instant results in the off-season stuff for Season 9. Let's see how the team does. In the meantime, let me make just a couple changes. I'm going to have Mikkelsen come in as the starting keeper. Then Jojic is still recovering, so Sunsapel can step on the right-hand side. And we can have Tavares as the striker instead. Yeah, keep us posted on that one as to how the game is going. In the meantime, though, let's go ahead and play. It is just a friendly at the end of the day, but we do want to win. Want to have positive results going into the actual regular season, so going for wins here is something that I am more than okay with. And you're also playing a 4-2-3-1. Let's see, let's make some adjustments here. Cool. Oh, camera was in the vertical scrolling. I'm not Musterman, unfortunately, so I can't do that camera 24/7. But here we go. Let's see, and we are on key highlights. 2 ticks faster, and then match speed during text highlights. There we go. Right, Salai, Borabgo, Kiwa. Oops, hello Zapalo, good to see ya. We're playing something a little bit different. We're playing the YouTube save that I have, the 9th season of it, picking up from where the Supercut video left it off. As Tavares almost hit it on target, but he was offside just slightly. Same colors, yes. Same red and black, so the logos still very much work here. Milos Tivo, Mabaya, Sunsapel here on the right. And Trelez drew the penalty. So that's a penalty kick for us here. And it is going to be Mabaya taking it. And he scores. That's a 1-0 here. Let's get it.
Outstanding.
Finally getting to use the soundboard here on all platforms. And hello, Musterman. Good to see you. Hello, hello. No worries at all. Ended up being a situation in which the first hour or so was really just getting through the off season. We're finally getting into the friendlies. They, for some reason, put us in a friendly cup situation with Go Ahead Eagles, a Swiss team, and then a team from Cyprus. So we're playing through that right now. So yeah, you didn't miss a whole lot. Biggest thing that happened during the stream so far has been Tavares agreeing to a new contract with us, so us kind of basically locking up our star player for a little bit longer and maybe fending off some interest, but we'll see if that is the case. Cho Sang-yeon, though, is being pursued by like 5 or 6 teams at this point, and he does not want to like agree to a new contract. Like, we've tried to negotiate a couple times and just hasn't worked, so they might trigger his 28 million release clause sooner rather than later at the rate that this is going. We'll see. And to those appearing on Twitch as well, hello, hello. I finally managed to figure out the multi-streaming stuff out, so now I've got it going to both, and it seems to be going without too many issues, thankfully. So Tellez. And Ruiz almost makes that 3-0 there off of a pretty good setup on the set piece. Let's go ahead and praise them accordingly for their hard work. Mhot, thank you for the follow over on the Twitch end of the spectrum, I believe. Appreciate it. I'm not sure on the prompts if those are coming up for Twitch and YouTube or both. It's a little bit hard to keep up with it at times, but thank you for following nonetheless. There we go. The Jeff and Jeffs. I keep forgetting on the YouTube side of the spectrum some of the different nicknames and all. This is it's funny, Musterman, because my podcast co-host on the Busting Balls podcast is also a Jeffrey on the same spelling there, Geoff. So it's just kind of amusing to see multiple Jeffs in my life at the spectrum. But we're doing well here, 2-0, possibly maybe up by 3. Salae, Borabro, Salae, and almost gets that to go in. We're putting the pressure on them, admittedly. I do like that. Ruiz tries to go central. Milestivo can't quite get his head on it. Right. Since this is a friendly, 60 minutes, let's go ahead and make some substitutions here just to get the blood flowing. So, Cho Sang-yoon can step in. Sunsa Bell hasn't really been up to par, so Kevin Dos Santos can step in. There you go. Milestivo will get in. We have no Borrega on trial, so let's see what he's made of a little bit more. And then Augusto Tavares, he can come in for Salawe. And then for Teles, we'll let Veerman come in. Get some of the trialists a little bit of time just so we can gauge what they're made of, if they'd be a good fit for the team. Not much else going on, but at least we're winning this one fairly comfortably from the looks of it here. Hubak, Gilafson, Nordval, okay, so they're trying to mount something, but good takeaway here. So Veerman with the touch. Patsky Ruiz goes to Clayton Rosero. Borabro on the left. He's got space. Rosero. Ooh, Mabaya tried to get really fancy on that one, but just a bit outside. Right, free kick here. Veerman. Good pass. And Cho Sang-yoon just nails that. Pretty easy, all things considered.
Outstanding.
Seems we have gotten through this first friendly in a fairly secure manner. A period of baldness is their equivalent of military service. Oh my goodness. Funny thing is, I would believe that too with the amount of bald Dutch managers I've seen in my time. Like it's a rite of passage or something. Unless you're like Ruud van Nistelrooy, then I guess you just skip that step. And Veerman scores. There we go. Yeah, Coach Roan too. They're good man, wherever he may be. Yeah, we won this one securely against Go Ahead Eagles. Once again, proving that Crew is in fact a fraud in the process. 4-0. Then I guess we'll have the final this next day against AEL Limassol from Cyprus. Interesting, they beat a Swiss team. And then the finals just next day tomorrow, so cool, we'll just immediately rotate to that. Let's rotate the lineup a little bit here. Stevon was our newest signing too, by the way. We did have him obviously on loan in Season 7 in the save, but then we just paid $2.4 million to get him out of Palmeiras entirely, and as part of the roster, so... I have had the tendency to do it, but again, Zapalo, it's the fact that he is so cheap in these particular saves And because I know I'm not going to be able to do that at any point ever from FM25 onwards because of Chelsea. So I'm just enjoying it while I still can. Let's see here. Cup final to play, and then we'll just kind of speed through the other friendlies that we have just to get us into the regular season. I at least want to play like 2 or 3 regular season games before calling it an afternoon. Ideally, I want to go for a little while longer here, just because this is kind of a 2-year anniversary celebration. Sergio Ramos. That's an interesting name to see pop up here, but yes, hello. And then for reference, I guess for those coming in on the YouTube side and on the Twitch side here, I do have multi-streaming going on both, so if I'm addressing different people in different chats, that is part of the reason why for that, so just to give you all a heads up. I guess they scheduled us for a friendly against Girona as well, so that's interesting. On the 30th, alright. And, you know what? Newcastle, no. Yeah, no, we're fine for friendlies. We've got it plenty on deck already. So Diogo Mayo decided to leave the club. Thank you for your service for the last 8 years. Please go somewhere that will let you play accordingly. Oof, that's unfortunate regarding Lazio there. Alright, friendly cup final. Yeah, definitely. The idea at this point with the Europa League situation is that those are the expectations for us. Like, that's the bare minimum they want us to do, which is gonna be tough, but I do think we have a good... If we had a team that could handle the Conference League side of the spectrum against the likes of Villarreal and Manchester United at the end of the day, I think we've got the equipment to handle the Europa, at least to an extent, do well in the group stages and then bring in reinforcements in January if needed be. So let's just play this friendly cup final here, and then we'll just advance through the rest of the preseason with instant results on those other games, and then just get into the Supertaça against Porto, which is going to be our first game of the season officially. Right, so kickoff here. AEL Limassol are our opponents. Okay, so first 5 minutes here. Tayana Nobrega, who's also on trial. Milostivo over to Tayana. Milostivo, Michelsons. Nobrega, what a pass. Stevan Jojic. Sunsapel almost has that. Pretty bit of passing from the guys there, just couldn't capitalize on the chance, unfortunately. Ruiz probably should be an early replacement for us here in the second half, just because he's starting to get a little bit tired with his legs, and we can rotate somebody else in if need to be. Okay, good interception from him, though, speaking of the man himself. Oh, what a cross! Sunsapel just nailing that, but, like, the patience to get that, the wide cross, and then just getting that to go in on goal. Love to see that. Good first goal here. Michelsons, Milostivo, Nobrega. Bad pass, but he does recover it. Georgic. And Nobrega almost gets that to go in. Just a little too far on it, unfortunately. all things considered, yeah, it's been a pretty solid performance so far from the guys. 1-0 though, so things could change. In the meantime though, Ruiz, his legs are pretty much worn out, so we'll get Simikas in. He is on trial, so might as well let the trialists eat the bulk of some of these minutes. In the meantime, we'll get Stevon over to the right. We'll let Pereira da Costa go up center. Matos, he can get a little bit more time in. Sumsapel, yeah, he needs to freshen up a little bit more too, so actually not Stevon in this case. Let's do Matos on the right and then Augusto Tavares on the left, since he needs more time to cook. Yeah, him and Salawi both need time, to be honest. Yeah, that's fine. We'll get some of these other guys in friendlies and such for it. Yeah, Tsimkas is on trial with us right now as Apollo, so he's 35 right now in the save. So he may have like one more good season left in him before retiring. We'll see. We're kind of just gauging him accordingly. He could be a good depth piece for us for the rest of the season, especially with the European competitions. No, with Stevon, on this save, I had him on loan in Season 7. He went back to Palmeiras for Season 8, and then this is the start of Season 9, so I got him for 2.4 million, I think is what it was. So he's just officially now a part of the roster for us here on that. But again, when I started this União de Tomar save, it was very early in the FM24 cycle, so this was before any like updates to him from the SI team as a player. So like he's still very much like the sort of like, oh, his potential's pretty high, but he starts pretty low on current ability, so Palmeiras doesn't play him as much for some reason, and thus you can kind of get him for cheap. Like a proper update to him now and me downloading that and trying to get him wouldn't cost me like 30 to 60 million for a minimum at this point. So Diana, Vierman, Augusto Tavares, doesn't quite get it. Rodri. Ooh, okay, we're getting good chances here. Just Limassol's defense has been doing a good job just containing us from scoring goals so far in this one. And okay, that just is a save. It's not a penalty kick for us, so we'll keep it going. Simcas, Nobrega, Augusto Tavares, back to Michelson's. Nobrega, Rodrigo Matos here. Finds Diana. Vierman, oh, that shot just not the best, but Kubo right now passing into space. Oh my god. Why does that sound so brand too? That's the worst part of it. Nice work there, Lottie. Beta Mar in this case. Good stuff. Yeah, for us last season, we won the Taça de Portugal, and then we also got the Europa Conference League. So it was a good season for us, all things considered. So Kevin dos Santos, we'll have him in Pereira, trade spots. For the defenseman, Somolinos can come in. Kiwa can come in as well. Perfect. Just some fresh legs for like the last couple minutes since this is a friendly. Yeah, Andre Santos is weird. Like either FM figures out that to like have him play for one team for the entirety of the season, or they just have him be dismissed within 1 to 2 seasons from whatever big club he's at, and then you can just pick him up fairly easy. Ooh, man, Veerman almost scored on that one. Simkas on the corner. Gets it to Asiabades, doesn't go through. Second attempt, Kiwa hits the bar. Augusto Tavares, there it is. Finally a breakthrough on that one, and it was a bit cagey, but we do win this friendly cup deal here. After all, good stuff. Big fan of that, and now we move on to our other friendlies. Which is going to include Juventus, for example, so yay. And now Tavares gets to move on loan to Mafia immediately after this, so good stuff. Did he score on his end of things, Hung? Like Eriksson did, or what's going on that? Yeah, I don't want to put the game on the background just because it might be too much for my computer to handle in terms of stuff going on, so... Oh, banger from Foot, okay. So that's 1-0. Nice. Alright, well... Good for Man United. They kind of need to do something in Europe this year, I would say, for Ten Hag's job to be a little bit more secure. Yeah. Manchester United. Lottie, on this save, they were our opponents in the Europa Conference League final. We dragged them all the way to penalty kicks and then just beat them by our goalie just deciding to go crazy on it, which was so much fun, to say the least. Okay. Stream Elements doing its thing, I see. Cool. At least Stream Elements is working on the Twitch side there. That's good to know. Yeah, exactly. Pixelated, it would kill mine too considerably. So I'm just limiting myself as much as I can on that. Oh yeah, I'm sure they're like steaming from that in this situation. In terms of like the Manchester United fans being mad about losing a conference final game, 100%. Understandable, Lottie. Yeah, in that situation, you're just like trying to do what you can, and then yeah, dealing with qualifiers. Never an easy thing. But at the very least, if you're starting on Champions League qualifiers, you at least have a couple of shots to at least make in European competition. With the situation in Portugal right now, the only reason why we're in the Europa League this year is because we won the Conference League. Our coefficient is so bad that only the winner goes to Champions League qualifiers, and then second through fourth, Europa Conference League qualifiers only. So it's rough out here right now. I'm trying to do the best that I can to start raising this country's standards just a little bit more. Not by much, but just a little bit. And with that, yeah, just to give you an idea here. And this fourth spot for the Conference League depends on who wins the Taça de Portugal, the Portuguese Cup as well. So if it's a team that's not in the top 3 that wins it, you know, this fourth spot is pretty much gone, and you got to be top 3 to even get into any sort of qualifying round stuff. But yeah, speaking of Manchester United, since I know we've been talking about them, this is what their team has been looking like here overall for their side of the spectrum. Thiago Motta is their manager now. They still do have Marcus Rashford and Alejandro Garnacho in there, but their team is they're kind of fucking stacked, I'm not gonna lie, still. Like, they still have, like, Lisandro Martinez out here, and about Frankie de Jong came around. Jadon Sancho, Mason Mount stuck around in their case. I guess Warren Zaire-Emery is a new arrival because he wasn't here before then, but Jorel Hato, Kobe Mainu being around as well too, and just Shea Lacey, Lee Min, who's like their Korean region, who's really, really good. Like, they've been, like, it surprises me that we didn't get washed by them in that final last season around, especially since Thiago Malta's been their manager, not Ruben van Nistelrooy like I thought it was. Either way, still, just they've been good. And competitions wise, like in the Prem, the Prem's been balanced for the most part. Like in the save, Arsenal finally won in the 2023-24 season, so wishful thinking altogether. And then Liverpool, 2 for City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Man City again. But I think with Man U, actually, yeah, it's been rough for Man U. They have not come up top 3 in the last couple of years. That's been surprising. Brighton second place last year, though. That is hilarious to me. Hung, yeah, like this is some... It's a situation, it's like the talent is there for Manchester United. They've just been fraudulent in the in their main competition, so yes, they've got to deal with the Conference League. Yeah, I don't get it either. But then again, I haven't taken a look at the other squads in England, so it could just be that like Manchester City and the others are just as good, if not better. Speaking of which, Man City, are they still... Thomas Tuchel took over for them? What the hell? What happened? So Guardiola got fired after 7 years. Unai Emery came in for nearly a year and got fired. Interim position left, and then Roberto De Zerbi took over for another 4 years and left, and now Thomas Tuchel's taken over. So that's... Okay, who did they have on the roster? Oscar Gluck, Phil Foden, Musiala. Okay, so they got a couple of fellas in there. Okay, I see it. Where did our Norwegian cyborg end up going? He's at City still. Okay, still scoring like a maniac. That checks out. Last year he had 25 goals, 21 in the league, and then 4 elsewhere. His goal production hasn't been as crazy. Well, it has. It's just, this is just showing league goals. But he's been basically knocking good for at least like 25 on average per season, which checks out. Van Persie's son at the Etihad, yeah, there's also that to consider too. Shaquille Van Persie went for Feyenoord, and Man City just got him in 29, and he's been performing for them. Let's see who else is around. Rodrigo ended up going to City. Okay, that's interesting. Guess we can check Real Madrid in that case. De Zerbi went to coach them. Okay, so Jude Bellingham is still there. And then Dennis Simon. Camavinga. Okay, Bellingham. Vinicius Jr. still there. Marcos Leonardo went there from Santos, Newcastle, Celtic, and then Real Madrid. Interesting. Florian Wirtz is there. Jeremy Doku. Fabio Minetti. Yep. Let's see. Where did Endrick Bobby Charlton end up going in this save here so far? Oh, yeah, right. He's at Inter now. He went to Real initially in 24 and then made a move to Inter literally last season. So I'm sure we might see him if we make it that far into, like, if they come down to Europa or if we're at the Champions League level, I'm sure we'll see him. But he's not been doing too bad for himself as his Inter stint so far at 24. He might actually hit his stride here. Definitely mini Adriano vibes for sure. Yeah, he's getting paid on top of it too. Which, good for him. Like, get your bag. I think Mbappe's stuck with PSG when I last checked in this save. He might still be there. Yep, he is. He is officially retired from international soccer as of last season, or international football, if you will. But he's still getting paid accordingly by PSG and scoring for them. And those stats are Still very much amazing for a 32-year-old. Still stuck in Paris. Yeah, Inter in FM tends to grow money at a lot of people. They tend to act like an English club, which is the craziest part of it all. What I am curious about is Brighton getting second place last year. Who do they have? Philippe Clement as their manager, that's one thing, but I'm assuming they've got like some crazy wonder kids we haven't heard anything about as of yet. Yeah, a lot of unfamiliar names. João Pedro is one that I'm familiar with. Okay, so he's been kind of balling for them. Got it. Henshawood. Okay, that's another one that is faintly familiar. Okay, they got Julian Alvarez on the team. Back in 2028, so he's been a constant presence for them. Mika Marmo. Yeah, I guess they got him too. All right, yep. So Brighton actually... Ah, okay, that explains it for them. So they've got like a solid keeper on their side since 2025 and that they got him out of Toulouse. Okay, like suddenly the Brighton success makes sense to me this last season. They've just gotten a bunch of really good players and have made things gel. We'll keep it moving though. We've got the friendly against Juventus here, so just keep it flowing. Not get too stuck on looking at player values and what have you. Alright, so team selection time. As I mentioned, with these particular friendlies that are happening for the rest of the preseason stuff, I am just going to instant result them, just because mainly it's us trying to get guys to be in fresh legs and what have you with it, so... Okay, 3, perfect. And that way we move quickly to the Taça de Super... Super Taça game against Porto. That's going to be the first main game of the regular season stuff. So yeah, and at least the Sam tends to get that right. Where Brighton and even Brentford at times have some pretty good buys. Okay, so we lose 5-4, but that's still a pretty good result against the Juventus team, even for a friendly. I'll take that. Because at the very least, it shows we're kind of keeping up with them on a kind of punching basis. Saleh pulled groin, so he's out for a week, so he'll just miss 1 or 2 friendlies. That's fair enough. Marquez is going to lay Shoins for his loan, and then Diomande for Benfica Castelo Branco. Right, so couple of younger players moving on loans to get experience, which is what we need them to do. And then Pereira da Costa is like wanting a new contract, but also he's 30 and he's already getting paid a good amount from the initial deal we negotiated with him. So if it comes down to it and I have to sell him, so be it. I would like not to, but I'm not just going to be giving contract extensions to everybody and they mama just because we did well in one European competition last season. I've got to be a little bit more frugal than that. Then again, he's only making 7.75, so let's see what his agent wants for him. 36 to 44? Please be more realistic. Even 32 is not realistic enough for me, so, yeah, no thanks. Let's gauge what they would want for him in the transfer market. 12? Yeah. He would prefer to stay, but he's open to speaking with other clubs. Let's see if other clubs come along then. Like, I'll take 12 million for a guy that I didn't pay, I believe, a single dime to get last season. He was a free agency buy from what I last remember. Okay, so Veerman is retiring next season. Okay, we're waiting to see a few more things from him here. We're getting a kind of a good gauge of where he's at. By the end of the month, we should know specifically sort of his stats and then just if he'll be a good buy for us or not. So, Kevin Dos Santos. I'm going to want at least 90 if you want to do that. You know what? Fair enough. You're paying some of that in the rest here. Yeah, with Pereira da Costa. Yeah, he was a free signing for us last season. So I'm more than willing to cash in on him if there is somebody that is interested in getting him. Cauê Guimarães, also an interesting prospect, but he is not so much a prospect anymore as he is kind of a depth piece for us to loan out, get a little bit of money for him, but I don't think he's ever going to break into the first team at this point. He would have been good if we stayed at the lower levels, but at this point, just the competition's too high of a level for him. So we'll let him play between the B team and then be loaned out and just make us a little bit of extra dough. Yep. Hopefully everybody's doing good out there on their end of the spectrum. No, we've had a couple of people kind of trickling in and out between Twitch and YouTube, so just making sure I'm addressing everybody as they come. We don't need 2 physical days at the same day with friendly incoming. This is fine though. Oh, sim, Joaquim. Brasileiro, mas a maioridade do tempo, quando eu faço streaming, é mais para um pessoal norte-americano. Então, falo mais inglês do que português, mas posso falar os dois. Just somebody on Twitch asking me if I was Brazilian, so I may balance between Portuguese and English now and then too if I get folks kind of trickling in from all areas, so just as a heads up. So Sandro Ribeiro for 2.8. Yeah, you were like you were out of our academy way back when, so that's fine. There we go. Sorry, just had to ban this one guy advertising over on Twitch land. Mas assim, poliglota, mas também a razão é que eu mudei para os Estados Unidos, né? Eu tive que aprender inglês mesmo para sobreviver aqui, então parte da mudança mesmo. Well, at the very least I learned what a polyglot is today, dictionary word wise. Alright, let me get the lineup done for the Monza game here. Okay, so most of the starters will come in for that one. Let's sim over best you go to the 28th. I'll have the computer at it. I've got to fill up my water bottle here and just make a quick restroom moment again. So I will be back in about 5 minutes or so. In the meantime, I'll use the BRB portion to run ads, so that way hopefully we don't have to put up with it while we're actually streaming games and stuff. So yeah, give you about 5 to 10. I'll be back momentarily. 5 to 10 minutes. Alright. Took a moment here. Made myself like a makeshift lunch situation too, so just we can kind of keep going for a while and I don't have to worry about going downstairs to eat anything. Let's go get to the boss. There we go. Yeah, I knew we could get a little more for him. Yeah. Kevin Dos Santos gets loaned out, so we got a new scout as well. Great. Santo Ribeiro signs for Rafa Peixe. Then we did sim a week through. No. Okay, so go odds for the league. Cho Sun-yoon is a 12-1 on it if he sticks around. We do win 1-0 against Monza, that's great. Endrick is a monster as expected. Then young player odds. Could be Sun-yoon, could be Boishiro, or it could be Marco Tavares. We have 3 out of 6 in that list there. Okay, so if you're creating drama at this point, like I'm just gonna sell you. Like I don't even care if it's like for 12, 13 million, but like you've gotta go at this point if that's the game you're playing and you're starting to piss off my own players, like it's time. Okay. Cool. So we'll see if Veerman decides to sign for that deal. Oh, hello, Matt. Hello, Raiders over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Hello. The Mad Doctor himself is in the house. Let's go. How's everybody doing? I did like slightly update the creator dashboard situation with what's going on here. So just to give you Raiders a bit of background, my name is Chris, otherwise known as Brazilian Fury. Tend to be a YouTube content creator mainly, but I also stream on Twitch, and now I'm doing like a multi-stream today between the two of them involved, since it is my 2-year anniversary of content creation as a whole. I started literally with an FM24 video for on September 25th, 2022. So celebrating today and trying the multi-stream as a part of the process. So hooray for that, I guess. Hopefully you're all well. How was stream on your end of the spectrum? Let me edit the screen info because I need to reflect that. Go. Updated the stream accordingly. Yeah, the Portugal save, I've been doing it on my YouTube channel at this point for... It was a kind of my main series on the YouTube channel for most of the FM cycle that's happened. And there is a Super Cup video that covers the first 8 seasons of it. We're just starting Season 9. We've been getting through the off-season portion and preseason games. And then we've got our first big game, which is the Super Taça against FC Porto, who won the league last season while we won the Portuguese Cup. So that encounter is going to be pretty cool. But yes, Victor, tudo jóia aqui. Espero que tudo esteja bem com você aí também. Simcas was the one I wanted mainly just for left back depth. Perfect. Need to sign you at like 20k. Okay, perfect. We'll get the money situation figured out here to a certain extent. Got the bonuses. Yeah, just the average bonuses will do just fine. Eu acho que minha experiência com os portugueses tem sido... Não tem sido mal, mas eu sei que parece que tem aquela hesitação entre portugueses e brasileiros dependendo do estilo de comunicação e tudo. Então tem como aquela barreira cultural mesmo, de vez em quando, com os caras. Mas eu, pessoalmente, não tenho tido tanto problema assim, pelo menos recente, nas minhas experiências, mas nunca sabe. Assim, eu digo isso sem realmente tentar... 23 anos agora. So, 23 years of being here will be 24 years at the end of this year. But the general gist of the conversation is just that we're talking about, like, Portuguese and Brazilian folks and just sort of, like, the sort of cultural kind of situations that can happen when both sides interact with each other. Sometimes it can be a little bit tense. So I just think a lot of it is what Portuguese folks remind me of more often than not. They remind me a lot of how American folks are like, in which they're kind of sort of cold and closed off at first, and you kind of have to get to know them to get them to open up a little bit more. It feels like Portugal was a similar situation with them. And picks, my side, I came, it was December 28, 2000 was the date in which I officially landed here. So just before the beginning of 01 and before, a couple months before September 11th and all of that happened. So okay, perfect. We can sell him for 4 million. I'm fine with that. He was a free situation anyways. For me, I tend to visit every couple of years. I do want to try to go back to Brazil next year to see my grandparents and hang out there for a couple of weeks' time, but it's still up in the air just because it can be... Planning a trip is not the easiest thing in the world, especially with other circumstances going on, but I would like to come back sometime next year and visit for like a full month and take advantage of it. And yeah, Pix, I was here just yeah, about 9 months or so before that all happened. Excuse me. All right. Second to last friendly here. It's a draw, 2-2. Not bad. Only 1 to 2 days. Whew. I'd rather not have my starting left back get injured right before the season begins, personally, but that's just me. And yeah, picks. I came in, I'd completed 7th grade in Brazil, but I was also a year ahead of my peers at that time, so they decided to, because the American schooling schedule was different with starting on the fall and then ending right before summer, they had me just go to 2nd semester of 7th grade when I got here, and then I basically just caught up with the same age group that I'm in to basically do that through. So yeah, 2nd semester of 7th grade, and then just kept on going. Ah, Victor, okay, so you're over from Paraíba, beleza. Me, I'm from basically like 45 minutes, about 30-40 minutes from the capital over in São Paulo, so just in one of the southern like boroughs of it there. Okay, so Joey Vierman will be signing for us here as a impact substitute. And yeah, picks, that's how it took me 2 years, but I did pick up on English, and that's part of the reason why I lost a lot of my Brazilian accent to go with it, just because I learned it so young and had to just really get super immersed in the culture to really kind of figure it all out. And even then, it still took time. So, all right, so 3 stars. That's not bad for a depth player by any stretch of the imagination. One sec, picks. Just gotta chew this. Oh, there we go. So yeah, Vitor, yeah, that's awesome though that you have a couple friends there all the way down south in terms of just being able to work and do contact with. That's always a good thing. Yeah, most of my friends are over still in São Paulo that I do still keep in touch with in Brazil, but I think like 1 or 2 of them moved to Fortaleza in recent years, so that's a possible spot I may go visit for a weekend or so if I do end up going there for like a month. And then picks with the accent stuff, I tend to, if I'm in Sao Paulo for like say 2-3 weeks and have enough time to listen, I kind of start picking up on it and speaking with that again. But otherwise it's more like my accent's more of somebody who is American who learned Portuguese nowadays more than anything, so it tends to sound a little bit different compared to other speakers down there. I'll take the dishes downstairs after finishing up here. I'm fine without signing him, to be honest. Yeah, São Paulo's massive. And that's just, we're talking about the capital itself. The whole state as a whole is like giant, pretty big in size too in its own right, so. Let me double check the schedule here. So, Costas Smikas, welcome to the club. You're 35, you're old as dirt at this point, but you know what? You can still do a job, so we're gonna have you do a job for us, ideally. Like, in some words, you can definitely still hear the Brazilian side of me come out of that, but for the most part, it tends to be very gringo-oriented at this point, which is kind of sad to an extent, but you deal with it what you can. Alrighty. Okay, so they actually delayed the Super Cup game over to the 20th, so we're actually getting Storio Praia as our first game of the season. I'm guessing Porto has, like, Champions League games and stuff going on, too, on their side. Let me check their schedule. Yeah, they have the Champions League qualifying stuff against Rangers going on right now, so that's why they had to delay it. Okay. I'm fine with that. Yeah, I agree on that, at the very least. I'm fine with the accent being made fun of so long as people can actually, like, understand me over here, since this is the country where I live in nowadays. I gotta make sure that people do comprehend that much, so, you know. But for the folks who are here still from Mad's raid and such, sincerely appreciated you all did come through. If you have any questions on the save or things of that nature, let me know. I'm happy to explain them as much as I can regarding it. Okay, so the last friendly of the last friendly of the season here before we get really underway with everything. Let's get to it. Let's see if anyone else needs some tuning up. Actually, yeah, Simikas needs it. Anyone else on the yellow side of the spectrum? Nope, for the most part, everybody else is kind of green. Saddlewood's not at 100%, so yeah, let's roll. Yeah, this is the 9th season of the save. Like, the first 8 seasons, as mentioned, I have like a full 2-hour supercut of them, just kind of going over everything that we did, plus there's the individual videos as well if you want to watch them one by one, though. Yeah, nice 2-1 win over Torino here, pretty good stuff. Yeah, this one has been going on a while, for sure. Oh man, something got stuck in my throat here, unreasonably so. Okay, so Molinos is the current captain. He is an important player still, and Marco Tavares is the vice captain. So yeah, we'll keep things as they are on that front. Oh wait, it's Lukanic that's the current vice captain. Let's keep that as it is then. Marco can eventually take over as a captain at some point, but for now, let's keep them exactly as they are and not upset the balance in any way, shape, and form. Let's see here. Okay, Galguito the boss will get loaned out, so we'll at least make a little bit of money back on him. So we can go, and then we have the third round of the Allianz Cup being drawn. So we're in Group B. Yeah, the top 4 teams go into like the first seeds of each group, and so then Vitória de Guimarães goes to Group A. Moreirense comes in our group. Chaves, Casapia, Mafia. Okay, and then we get Santa Clara, who I believe are a Liga 2 team. Yep, they are. So we got a pretty good group, all things considered. Moreirense's kind of been just lingering in the mid-table on their side, and then Santa Clara's League 2 team should be able for us to get 2 results against them in advance over to the semi-final stage. Okay, so we have a match being rearranged. I guess Famalicão is going through qualifiers as well too. No, they're not. They're just delaying it for whatever reason it is. Oh, dude, us against Moreirense. Oh, right, the league matches. Never mind. That's on me for not realizing that. Yeah, pretty much. They're just like, hey, let's just place you on the third phase immediately, and yeah, here's the second tier team, and maybe a mid-table team at best. Have fun. It's like, cool. I guess. It's like, I guess I can't complain too much about that particular outcome. All right. Got the adjustments done. But yeah, appreciate you coming through, Vitor. Thank you so much. Hopefully you have a good rest of your afternoon out there. Até mais. I think the only thing I need to figure out next time I do one of these multi-streams is to have like one of those apps that groups all of the stream chats into one. That way I'm not having to look at two separate windows for each one and getting superbly confused over every single bit of it. Dave Pereira da Costa sold for 4.2 million. He's going to Famalicão, so he'll be going to a direct rival, but you know what? We can take him. I don't care. Yeah, I usually tend to rotate during those games too for that. Plus the rule indicates that you have to have at least like 2 under 21 starting, I believe. So it's like, well, but good chunk of change made from a guy that cost us absolutely nothing last season. So I'm cool with that. Adds a little bit more into our budget here. I think you should go for officially here over this next day. Okay, let's see what they said. So he gets a little bit of a contribution. We get they get a bit of a cut, so 1.6 gets added to the transfer budget due to that. Alrighty, which was that, so we're good to go. Right, so let's keep moving. Right, so Studio Praia is our first game, and it is going to be like Ken Italiano immediately playing against his old team, so that should be interesting. Okay, so Stauffer. Cool. That's a transfer deal done. Then Real Sociedad is now in the running, so that's neat, I guess. Almost there, everybody. Almost there. Alright, so yep, and Lineup incoming here. It's Mikas, Diana, Mikkelsons. Interesting. Competition expectations. Latter stages of the Europa League, which is quarterfinals, they stated. Top 4 in the Liga Portugal. Latter stages, I think it was the 6th round of Taça de Portugal, being competitive in the Super Cup and then competitive in the Allianz Cup, which we should be able to do both. No big deal. I'll let the assistant ref do that. Cho Sang-young, concussion, 2 to 3 weeks injured following a fall. Well, that's unfortunate for him. You kind of need your head on straight to play games, so we'll see you in 3 weeks, I guess. That's a tough injury to have, like, right before the start of the season, though. Gotta say that much. Hello, Goiás. Tudo bom, cara? People filtering in and out over the last, like, almost 4 hours at this point. That's been pretty cool. Been an eventful enough, like, kind of mini celebration show afternoon to do this in. Okay, so Mabuka, who's one of our guys being loaned out right now on his side of the spectrum, good potential to be like a decent forward for us if you can just figure out some of his statistics, but he's out on loan to hopefully, you know, improve on some of this stuff, ideally. Okay, so they're suggesting more things now, so Judson Sabal and Estevão instead. Let's do this. Yeah, Estevão on the right. But honestly, I think we can afford to do this more than anything. There we go, yeah. Diana's getting in on center, perfect. Galea's on the left. Let's see actually with him. Okay, yeah, Bro's suspended for this match, so that explains his absence. Okay, we got Ruiz, we got Mabaya, we got some good coverage, all things considered here. Some Molinos as well. Perfect. Let's go to the match. Alright, our first official game of the regular season here for Liga Portugal. Season 9 is officially underway for us. Took us nearly 4 hours to get here, but we're here. That's the important part. Okay, I guess a good old handshake there between both parties before we take to the pitch. Alrighty, Nunes to Salomão, Rodrigo. Studio Praia starting with the ball here, keeping possession the first couple minutes, but the team is pressing accordingly. They are finding ways around it here, using the... Oh, good steal from Treyes there on that one. Has some space to work with here. They're giving that to him. Jojic, let's go. Big first goal here to kick us off in the first couple minutes.
Outstanding.
It's not even the tallest guy getting his head on the ball either out of that, so good stuff. But still very, very early on. Anything could happen. Just gotta keep up the pressure on these guys. Because of reasons like that. I do think that's on, but we'll see. Yep. That looked onside. He timed the run just right. Yeah, right in between the defenders. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're really making movement. They're really moving the ball here. My God. Yeah, we need to make some adjustments fast. Like, go a little bit stronger on these guys, and most importantly, probably lower the line just a little bit. I think we have it pretty high right now, and yeah, I need to check that. Oh, sorry. Trigger more often, we'll go standard on it. Because I think they are catching us up high on it and just taking advantage of that. Rojas, I don't know what that was about, but okay. Not the most ideal set of plans here. That was almost disastrous there for a second. My God. Come on, guys. Get it together, please. It's early in the game, but just please. Okay, yes. Mikas. Okay, yes. Lukanic. Diana. Rosero. Not the best pass, but the offense there recovering. Oh, that's a chance going by the wayside there. Almost had the tying goal. Smart foul there. Let me do this real quick. Switch these two around, see if we can get something a little, give them a little bit of a different look by that. Tavares. Luka Lukanic curls it right in. Cool. Right, bit of a scary start there, but seems like we're starting to level things out a little bit here, getting more chances in. Just we've been getting shots on target, so like ideally like one of these has got to go in. Their goalie's been standing on his head basically. Okay, we'll encourage again. Smikas, Tkayas, Tavares, Simkas. Tried to cross it low, couldn't quite get it, but we still have it. Higher cross this time. Oh, Tavares just can't get that to stay low. Okay. Stevo's been okay this game, but just hasn't been doing much. Judson Sapel will get him in since he is more of a striker. Diana, Smikas, he's apprehensive right now, so I'm gonna get Milostivo in for him. And then Ruiz for some fresh legs. Yeah, for now we should be good with this. Oh, Good interception there. Tayana. Not the best pass though, unfortunately. Georgic with a good recovery though. Boishiro. Rojas. Rosero. Mitchelsons. Right? Looping the ball back and forth and around here. Homero. Rosero. Terrible pass. Horrid pass. What are you doing? What a save. Alter the instructions just a little bit. Oh, Jojic is injured. Oh no. Shit. Please be okay, buddy. Like, please don't let it be like a major injury or something. Ideally. Okay. Rodrigo Matos goes in for him. Just want to make sure that if it's an injury that is like not costing him a longer period of time playing. Step up more. Okay, might be a draw on this one here to start off the season, which personally I wouldn't be a big fan of, but we're gonna try to push for the winning goal. Like, with all the chances we've had, like... Oh man, that's unfortunate. Like, most of the action in the first half, but like this amount of shots and this amount of chances on target, and we still can't get anything through them other than 2. That's a bit disappointing. We need to do better. Like, these are the sorts of games that could be the difference between like first and second or third, like at the end of the season here. So, but hey, first game's out of the way. Studio Praia did give us a fight. We'll keep it moving though. Twist the knee, only 3 to 4 days. Thankfully, not too much damage there. So. Alrighty. Next one is Hiwavi next in their stadium. Stadio Costugama. Okay. Okay, so season tickets wise, we sold way more than last season, which is a good sign. Thankfully, the team stature improving means more people are coming to our games, which is super essential. All right. Okay, yeah. Who is next? Yeah, no. You're not starting any more regular games by any stretch of the imagination. You're not good enough to start more games. Cool. You don't want to leave, then just let it flow. We'll bring you on when we need to bring you on. Hello, Match Day. How are you? Hope all's well. Vaughn, hello. Good to see you. How are things over there with both of y'all coming through? To what? Decent is good, yeah. No, sometimes, especially in the middle of the week, like things get a little bit crazy and such, so. Let's see here. Yeah, we're just kind of, most of the stream over the last couple of hours has been getting through the off-season stuff. We're finally getting into games for the season, so you all kind of came in at the right time for it, believe it or not. So non-league team, yeah, basically the way it worked is that for the first 8 years of the particular save, this team started in the 4th division of the Portuguese like pyramid, since they have, I think, like 6 to 7 tiers off the top of my head. We basically built them through like getting them promoted from the 4th to the 3rd league, 2nd, 1st. Anything that's below the 3rd league in Portugal is considered to be like non-league, so it's either semi-pro teams or amateur teams outright playing in it. So eventually with us moving up, we got the team to be professionalized, and then obviously worked our way to the Liga Portugal, which is the 1st tier, top tier, and then we've been there pretty much since season 4 season 4 is when we got them in, and we've just been gradually making progress with the team as a whole. Started off, let's see, I've got the summary right here, basically where we're at. So this season, 2002-23, was kind of where the game started, with us being promoted into the 4th tier. So this was the first season I took over, where we got 1st place in the 4th tier, which is the Campeonato de Portugal. We moved up. Then we went to Série B, to Liga 3, which is the 3rd tier. Won the championship group, after getting 2nd place in like the overall table. They have like 2 stages of that, so we got promoted through that. Got 3rd place in Liga Portugal 2, which is the 2nd tier, and got a promotion berth out of that. And then have been in the 1st tier pretty much since the 2026-27 season. Had a 10th place finish that first season of being in the league. Moved up to 4th the following season, and then 3rd for 2 years straight, and then last season we got 2nd place. So we've been gradually moving upwards on it. We're trying to see if this is the season where we can break through and maybe win the league title outright, rather than just being in top 4. Bit tough though, we've got some injuries to deal with here. Gashed head. Protective equipment, yeah, he should be fine for it. We only have like 1 or 2 games on the schedule over the next 2 weeks, so that should give him time to recover and still be able to play. I think that's our backup goalie out for 2 to 3 weeks, though. That's unfortunate. But yeah, Vaughn, most European leagues will have various levels to it, and then just depending on how good you do, some teams get promoted if they end up in having top finishes. Teams that are like bottom 3 or bottom 4, depending on the league type, usually will get relegated to the lower league in that situation. So that's to try to keep everything as competitive as possible in those. Yeah, and initially they were like a team within a district of, because usually when you get to the lower leagues and like the semi-pro and amateur teams, they're usually playing out of their own like neighborhoods and like sort of like boroughs as a whole, as a separate league. Where they were at in the before the 23-24 season, they were in the 5th tier, which was specifically their neighborhood alone was like the only I guess the league of teams in that surrounding areas where they played. So yeah, it's been a trip in and of itself here. It's been kind of the channel's main save that I've been playing for a couple of months, and then just compiled like the 8 videos that I made out of it separate into like a giant 2-hour video a couple of weeks ago, just to have everything in one spot if people just want to watch it in one go, like a mini movies situation. Plus, longer videos tend to do better in the YouTube algorithm anyway, so it's usually worth a shot. And I decided kind of for fun just to start streaming the newer seasons going forward here until we switch over to Football Manager 2025, which is coming out at the end of November this year. So just for funsies, just playing this save, like streaming it until we switch over to the new version of the game in the next 2 months. So, next game here. Intancável. Untankable indeed. Alright, so we got our game against Rio Ave next. Oh, hold on here. Let me just make sure I've got the best possible lineup here. So, Cleide Roseiro. Yeah, Samolinos is fine. The Roman Cody promo, I mean, it was okay. It felt very EFED-ish in terms of the stadium presentation, the wide camera shots, the music before and after. To me, it's like, I get what they're trying, something a little more creative, and props to them on that, but at the same time, it's almost like you guys could have just done this in a ring, and like, then again, in a ring, it might have been 15 minutes instead of 9. So you know what? I can appreciate the brevity of that at the very least. But just the structure of it, Vaughn, was very much like, it feels like the kind of thing that we've seen one too many times before. Yeah, definitely. Campy, but campy in a good way. I'll say that. Like, I know a lot of people seem to associate campy with cringe, but I'm like, no, not really. Some campy stuff can be really fun. And pro wrestling should be a place where you should have ideally, like, more fun than just dumb discourse about how you shoot something or, like, what you do for it. Yeah, exactly. You're already at a niche that's considered cringe by normal standards as it is, so it's like, you might as well just lean into it a little bit. If you're cringe and you admit to it, you're kind of free to a certain extent to just do whatever you please with it. Within boundaries, of course. Within boundaries. That said, let's go ahead and get this started here. We are on the road for this game against UAV, so they'll probably play us a little tougher than usual, but we'll get this figured out. They already have 2 losses to start the season, so I'm sure they're going to be looking for a result here to bounce back. Alta, I'd say it's so far into it. Alta was, but it also left in a kind of a bittersweet note with it, so we'll see what the União de Tomar save holds up. But I think the Alta save is probably my best one on the basis that I sort of figured out a good format for me of what to do with these saves and just try to make the videos as best as I can with it. I've just been I feel like I've been improving in them, but I think Alta's story probably is the best one so far because it's the most complete out of the bunch, but I am proud of what I've done with this save as well, in particular, just with how we've brought the team to this point, and hopefully with me streaming the rest of these seasons for however long it goes, we can hopefully keep building on all that. Okay, good steal there, Mabaya. I appreciate the idea he went for here, but I think he could have gone with a pass instead of trying to take the shot himself. So far into it, though, we have been kind of just doing the bulk of the offense here. Forcing their goalie to make some saves. Okay, so throw in Rojas, Rodri. Salai can't get to it, but we still get it back. Mabaya. I might need these guys to shoot less from distance just because we're not getting anything to go through. Let's just try to motivate the troops here accordingly. Just tell them they have the ability to make the difference here. In the meantime, though, let me update the opposition instructions. What is the assistant saying for those? To be on the safe side, I'm going to keep them having these guys go on their weaker foot and just trying to intimidate them a little bit with some tackling. Okay, there we go. And then, let's see how I can move this around a little bit. For Mania 41, it's interesting. I'm not sure exactly in terms of, because there's some options there on what they could do with it. I'm just not 100% on how well it all might go, just depending on like what sorts of plans they have for it all. Surely to tell. Usually I wait until the Rumble to start making some of those calls, like around Rumble season, to kind of determine like, okay, this is probably what's happening here and there. I do think Seth and Punk needs to happen at some point just because they've teased it one too many times. I just am not sure if they're going to choose to do it Mania or earlier. Yeah. And with the world title, yeah, like there's the circumstance in which Gunther might not be able to hold it until like near the end of the year and then go for something else too. Who knows? I think post-Survivor Series, post-Survivor Series and leading into the Rumble, there'll probably be some breadcrumbs here and there. It's like, oh, okay, this is probably the direction that they're headed to with these things. Only way I could see a Gunther loss is if he lost it at the opening during the opening match of the Rumble event itself, and then just enter the men's Rumble at the end of it and just wanted to go at Cody or something like that. That's the only way I could feasibly see him just dropping the World Heavyweight title outright. Kiwa, Mabaya, Lukanic, Kiwa again. Okay, trying to work their way out of the backside of the fence here. Stevo, Rodri. There it is. I thought that was offside for a second. I'm like, nope, they got it. He was onside. Perfect. That's our first goal here. We needed that. Marco Tavares with his first of the season. Rodri. Oh! It's Alawe with his goal now, too. Let's go.
Outstanding.
Love that. Alright, so 2-0 here so far into that. Let me do this real quick for replays. Replay events. We'll replay goals as well too, just so that way we can take a look at a couple of those as they come. Rodrigo Matos. Oh, hits the post. That was almost 3-0 right there. All things considered though, dominant performance. We only let them get one shot on goal so far, and it hasn't even been on target. So defensively, we've kind of dominated this, and then the offense popped up as well too. Took him a while to break through, but okay, he was offside on that one. That would have been a beautiful goal if he'd gotten it. Well, solid win for us here. 2-0. Pretty good work. Gets us our first win of the season. We're at 4 points, so right there in that fight for top 4 initially, but still super early in the season. We've got a chance at a trophy though, because we do have Porto as our next game in the Portuguese Super Cup, which, Vaughn, I guess I could explain that. With the Portugal competitions, you usually have your league competition, then you have a cup competition as well too. Usually the winners of each one of these will meet at the start of the next season to play like a Super Cup game as to like who's the best team out of the two. We won the Portuguese Cup last season. In Porto, this team here, they won the League Cup, the league itself last year outright. So we're having it's similar to what Germany does with the DFL Super Cup. Yeah. Most European countries, they have like a Super Cup in place between the league winner and the cup winner, or where they'll have, or if it's a situation where the team that won the league won the cup as well, they'll have like the second place team in the league be the other team that fights them. So yeah, if you've played FC24, you've seen a couple of these pop up, whether it's the Community Shield for England, the DFL Super Cup for Germany, and then I think it's the Super Cup for Italy, if I recall it correctly. Joel, my best save not being a streamer. Probably back when I was still playing, because I got in on Football Manager late. I started with FM21. So, during that, I ended up, because my friends recommended me the game on it, they're like, yeah, there's this whole thing called the Pentagon Challenge, and I've like read up on it. Got interested, eventually picked up the game and did that. So it was about like 25-30 seasons of doing that, and it was pretty fun just to get accustomed to the game in and of itself. And I remember one of the stops for it was taking Newcastle before the Saudi takeover happened, and they got all the funds that they got, and taking that particular rendition of them to the Champions League and winning it for the European side of that challenge, of the Pentagon Challenge. So that was pretty cool to do on the like non-content creation, non-streaming saves and whatnot. Porto. Okay, we're just going over to the next game here, so... Okay, decided to check settings. I'm actually pleasantly surprised that the multi-streaming stuff has been going well, like it hasn't been crashing on me or anything, so good sign of things to come for the future there. Okay, so we've got matches incoming, great. Okay, so we got some rearrangements here. Are they moving the... Porto, what are you doing with your lives right now? Like, are you that scared of playing me in these? Oh. They lost the Champions Path qualifying the Rangers in Scotland, so that's hilarious. Yes, yes, Pix, I am for the new gen faces. Yep. I ended up taking a separate save of the season 8 ending, super simming it like on the background like 10 years into the future, and then just grabbing the list of new gens from all of that and doing all of the faces for them offline. That way they'd be ready to go in the stream itself, so I wouldn't have to repeat it. But so I guess they're playing Olimpia Ljubljana in the UEFA League playoff situation, so that's why they had to delay the Super Cup game. Well, all right, so we yet again need to adjust the training schedule here because these guys suck. Oh. Well, let's be at the very least just work it out tactically here. Do you mean for like what I'm doing for FM25 or 26, João? And yes, Vaughn, sorry, yeah, for New Gen, it's a program that can be used because usually when when Football Manager creates new players in the game to like new academy trainees and stuff, they have their own system that generates faces according to like their match engine and the graphics stuff, and it doesn't look all that good. So people have created mods where you can basically like put in realistic, like human looking or like AI-esque looking faces just to make it a little more bearable to deal with. So that's part of the mentality behind it. I've used it for quite some time just because I enjoy the more realistic faces compared to what they give us in game for that stuff. It's hopefully something that they're fixing with FM25 since they're moving to Unity as the main engine for it. So something we're waiting to see as they're dropping eventual like announcements and stuff as to when it's coming out. So no, for FM25, I honestly haven't decided yet what I'm gonna do for it. It's interesting. Still trying to figure out if I'm gonna carry a save into that, like take it from this game and go into the next one, or if I'm gonna start anew with it. I do definitely want to probably do like a women's football save only and just try to win as many trophies for however many leagues they have inserted into the game licensing wise as one can into that. So while I know they haven't confirmed anything, it's probably most likely the Women's Super League in Europe and like the NWSL in the States probably have to be the two that they've got. Hey Alex, hello, good to see you. Thanks for joining us here on this humble little anniversary stream of mine. We just really started the season with União de Tomar here. We're only 2 games in. We had to do all of the off-season stuff first during like the first 2 or so hours of it. But yeah, pretty good place so far here. Win and a draw. Fighting over on the top 4 spots this early into it. It's never bad. Yeah, the off-season portion was definitely a drag. I wish to an extent I would have done it offline, but I kind of at least wanted to give people an insight on what I was looking to do with the team as a whole, as we were moving into this new season post the videos and stuff, since, you know, I'm streaming it instead of actually putting it in the regular, like, YouTube episodes of it. I do have, like, videos-wise on the YouTube side of the spectrum, I do have, a non-FM video that I'm working on right now. Oh, no, yeah, I hear you on that. Like, in general, I find the off-season stuff pretty boring myself, so. Milestivo? Interesting. I mean, to be fair, you're kind of one of the best, like, prospects I have, so I wouldn't be opposed to giving you a new contract. Can we talk about it at the end of the season? Nope. Fine. Let's have a conversation about this then. What is your agent? What is he looking for? Oh, not even that much. Cool. Yeah, we can easily do that. Yeah, 775, you're getting paid peanuts right now. Yeah, let's get that increased. Good pathway plan for the team. Yep. 1.7. Yeah, completely fine with any and all of this here. In terms of the players going on strike potentially, it's hard to say, because even if a certain amount of players go on strike, I just wouldn't be surprised if the owners go, well, okay, then we'll just go raid like a bunch of lower leagues in the country or across Europe, South America, etc., and get players to play for us in those particular games. So, his last name was Merciful. Alex, that is hilarious, considering that he's 6'7" and 200 pounds. Merciful's the opposite of what I would say his play style probably is going to end up being if he develops well. Yeah, I'll show you him in a second here, Alex, and Lottie as well too. Our youth Lottie, our youth recruitment is pretty decent. We got them to improve that in the junior coaching in the off season. We're naming them Merciless. I'm just gonna call him Merciless for the sake of it during streams here, but otherwise, we're still improving. We're still adequate on our academy coaching and youth recruitment, but we have been increasing the facilities, so we've been doing decent on that. Yeah, Lottie's over on Twitch picks. Yeah, because I did ask him to improve it here, and then I'm waiting for them to like finish out the facilities too, just to improve on those a little bit more. Yeah, it's a pretty decent rating for where we're at in the save. Like we're in a pretty good place. Like the players are gonna develop. And then Alex, let me show you Milestivo here. Yeah, Palmeiras is my team in Brazil. Europe-wise, I don't have any European team as of yet. I prefer to be neutral on that front, just because it's a little more fun to watch those games without giving myself the heart attack. But like with Japan, I support Vissel Kobe on my side of the spectrum, and then yeah, again, like I haven't picked any other teams. I guess to an extent, I could technically say it's the Rapids for me, MLS-wise, because I've been to a game live and I did have a good time with it, even if I don't follow the MLS that much. And then with Canada now having played the network save over on Twitch with the NACL boys, I guess I'm an Atletico Ottawa fan to an extent now too. So there is that. But yeah, Milestivo, again, 6'7", 202 pounds, 17 jumping reach and 16 heading. Like, this guy is going to be a set pieces merchant for me, which, speaking of which, I did wanted to get this uploaded here real quick. Because I did find a good routine that I wanted to just try out and see how it plays, along with the other stuff that we do have. This one I'll change to far post, since this one is near. Perfect. Yeah, like, the dude... And the thing is, right now, Alex, he's 18, so ideally we're going to develop him into a monster with some more playing time. Which, speaking of, yeah, we can probably let him start a game here. Like, he's already almost good to start, like, on a consistent basis. And then switch him until Vadi's around. Mm-hmm. Johnny, tudo bem aí? Grande União tá forte mesmo, tá 2 jogos agora jogando, um empate, uma vitória. Então, estamos jogando na Liga Portugal agora porque termina agosto e a Super Taça vindo agora no começo de setembro contra o Porto. Então, a gente vê o que acontece. So, Jan Bernard. Okay. He hasn't amounted to much, but he is like from Luxembourg, so it's kind of like he's a fun little kind of player due to that. But let me see if I can get 10,000 euros for him. I can, so we'll make a little profit on him. That's cool. Fighting, see.
Real Madrid, and then we went on a winning
streak. Hold on here, sorry, had to accidentally like turn off volume or something. Here we go. Actually no. Again, let me just put him back on. So Molinos needs to start anyway. He is our team captain, so we'll get him just to keep his sharpness up a little bit.
Who's left? Well, no, 5 games left.
Alright, yeah, I'm just kind of looking around. Okay, we're just getting for the pressures, and then we got Finalizing next. Bruised knee, one day, he'll be fine. He'll be fine for next game. We're good. And, who do we got next here? Okay, so Afro-Asian Cup Finals, which happened on 9/11/2021. Afro-Asian Cup. Oh god, it's like a whole competition that's going on. Oh no. We might be might not have him for a little while longer, so the 11th. We still got a couple of games with him, I guess. Alright, so yeah, we'll try this. Stevo on the left, Jojic on the right. That's per usual. Let me save real quick here, and then we'll get started. Right, so just trying to motivate the troops pre-match here. Game about to pop off. Right, let's go. Right, they've kind of are up early on here with a couple of shots. We're responding in kind. Not much in terms of highlights, but from the match stats and such, we're seeing a few shots going our way. Same amount of shots, but like targets wise, we're hitting it one more than they have. But outside of that, really not much going on this half. That's crazy. Okay, are we getting nothing in the first half for a highlight? Nope. Okay. Step up, please. Yeah, exactly. It's so weird. Okay, finally we're getting something at least. So Lyson with the goal kick for them. Kenda. Alright, so they got that header. Ooh. Bit too close for comfort on that one, personally. We'll make some changes here in a bit, just because it seems like we need to shake something up. So Milostivo, we'll keep him on. He needs the experience anyway. Tavares is doing okay. Stevo and Son Young have not been performing, so let's just get our two guys here. The yellows are a little bit worrisome, but we'll keep it to ourselves. We'll give him a Baya in for Rosado. Alright, 3 substitutions in. Let's demand more. Okay. Second highlight of the whole game here. Milostivo with the header. Lukanic with a terrible first touch here. Thankfully, they can't finish to save their lives. So, let's change that to shorter. Get stuck in. Press a little more often. Okay, so I think it's a free kick for us here. So, Bota Bro on that one. Mabaya passes to Susabel. I thought that was in. Oh no. Let's see here. Lukanic on the corner. There's some good chances off of that, but they couldn't quite get that to go in. I think that's the highlight pretty much over. Unless Rojas or Molinos, okay. Milostivo. Kind of everybody's kind of back in formation now. Samobaya, Jojic. Goes back to Samolinos. Rojas, Jojic. Good pass there. Oh, Lukanic almost gets that. Oh, man. Right, so we got another corner attempt here. Come on. Far post. Can't quite get it. As for the Campeonato Brasileiro, I don't know as of yet. I mean, Botafogo's only leading by 3 points. Anything could happen at this point. I would love to see Palmeiras win it again for obvious reasons, but maybe this is the year where Botafogo doesn't bottle it in its entirety like they did last year. Oop. Who goes down? Question. Fire guy. For the team name, União de Tomar. Judson Sapel. Let's go. Goal horn time. That's worth it. Finally, we broke through on this one. Whew. Took about 75 minutes in the game, but we got it. But yeah, União de Tomar Farense 0. As for the relegation teams, I personally, of course, would love to see Corinthians getting relegated. That would be wonderful for my self-esteem as a whole and just for the suffering of that particular fan base for at least a year. But I think the Memphis Depay signing probably gave them like a shot in the arm to where maybe they just survive barely. But I mean, Atlético Goianiense, I believe, are going down with ease. Cuiabá looks like they're on the path to do that too. I don't know about Fluminense, like... Jojic, let's go. There we go, now the dam finally broke. But I mean... It's kind of a situation where... Right now, between the safe zone and relegation, it's only a 3-point difference because Grêmio, Atlético Paranaense, Bragantino have 31 points, Criciúma has 29, Vitória has 28, as does Corinthians. So it could still be like anybody's race to the bottom here, depending on how results go over the next month and a half. Gomes, Silva, the block, Tavares. Oh, so the reason for me leaving Brazil, my mom met my stepfather, who is American, many years ago, and we ended up moving in with him eventually after they had like a year-long long distance relationship. So that was how that happened and how I ended up here. But yeah, it took a little while, but we at least got the result here for us. But again, it's weird because not even like a month ago, we were thinking it was like Grêmio, Fluminense, and Corinthians that were like relegation bound, and now Grêmio's out of that zone. Corinthians is just like, it's a goal difference that's keeping them from like being safe. So you just don't know what could happen in Brazilian football. It's highly competitive for a reason. And like, even with the rivalry stuff and me disliking Corinthians just based on being a Palmeiras fan, I do think unironically, like, they should play to a level that's higher than what they are at right now. Even if it's not like the best football possible, like, they shouldn't be relegation candidates like 9 times out of 10 in the situation. And it's just like, it's been a weird situation that's been going on with them with the sponsors and whatnot. And then obviously, hopefully, like, the Depay signing is like a shot in the arm for them to really get their form together and try to like not race to the bottom in that situation. But we'll see. Yeah, I did remember that, Alex. When I was researching initially the city, because they're based in Santarém and whatnot, like, learning that it was like a huge like Templar city and one of the like sort of bastions for that in Portugal is kind of crazy as a whole. Fluminense is an interesting case, Fire, just on the basis that they're in the relegation zone in the Brasileiro, but yet they could actually retain the Libertadores outright if they play their cards right. They have the advantage on the aggregate against Atlético Mineiro, and they've got that second leg coming up here like in 20 minutes that's starting. So who knows? It would be funny if they somehow get relegated in the league, but they still like won the Libertadores again, and they end up like staying in the competition for one more year because of it. It would be somewhat amusing. Okay, so Jan Bernard is moving over to the team. Milo Stevo signed his new contract. Perfect. Diniz did go to Cruzeiro, yes. And I mean, that should be interesting to see, because I mean, it's not like Cruzeiro is lighting the world on fire by any stretch of the imagination, but they are like in 7th right now. They are in like a prime position to at the very least make the qualifier games for the Libertadores if they keep their form. Like, I think at the very least they'll be a pain in the ass team to play for the rest of the season because of that. Yeah, Fire. Basically, I mean, in Brazil right now, it's like almost 7 o'clock right now. So it's like, it is prime time hours for them to like throw a game in the prime time, like midweek slot. I'm fine with not attending the recruitment meeting. I don't think there's anybody else that we can really realistically grab that would improve the team more, but we'll keep an eye open on the on deadline day. We'll keep an eye open for this stuff. But yeah, Alex, after just to go back to the earlier point, like after researching Tomar and researching Santarém as a whole, it'd be a fun little city to visit, like for like take 2 to 3 days and just kind of like sightsee and whatnot for those things. It'd be kind of cool just for the, just for the, like in general, just the buildings and all the aspects of Templar aspects of it there, just the contrast between that and some of the other historic cities out there. For me, personally, I'd say I like winning the Libertadores a little bit more. It feels better saying that you're the best in the continent rather than just being the best in the country. In an ideal world, you want to win both. But between the two, I would take the Libertadores, personally. Okay. So Moreirense is next, and they're 12th right now, so mid-table wise. I think you mentioned it was Corinthians picks just a little bit ago. Unless I'm wrong, but I think that's what he meant by telling me to go fuck myself. Which, fair enough. I mean, that's true, and it upsets me immensely to this day. Like, even if people are very much on the argument of like, oh yeah, Palmeiras got a World Cup, like got a world title back in 1955 or whatever, even if FIFA was to go like, hey, yeah, sure, the 1955 trophy that you guys won counts as a world championship, that's still 70 years ago. That's not good enough. Like even if Corinthians even if it's been almost like 20 years at this point for Corinthians to win a world title, or for São Paulo and things of that nature, like you've got to just keep in mind. Oh, MT, Michael, hello, Raiders. Good to see you all. Thank you for the raid over on Twitch, much appreciated. Trying a multi-streaming thing for once in my life with this. And then Andrew, thank you for the follow over on Twitch as well. Appreciate it. How was stream for you guys? Hopefully it all went well. How's the commish doing? Eloise, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Might be misspelling names and what have you too, so apologies in advance for all of that as well. So let's see. B team, yep, B stuff. He has in fact raided. Hello, Falcon. Hello. Good to see you all. Hopefully everything went well, streaming wise there. To kind of explain this one, because I don't have the auto commands on Twitch set up for it, this today is literally like the 2-year anniversary of when I published my first YouTube video and really started doing the whole FM content creation and just content in general seriously. So celebrating it with the save that I've been doing on the YouTube channel, which is a Portuguese club called União de Tomar. We took them over in the first season. They were in the 4th tier of the Portuguese championships, and then we just brought them up to Liga Portugal. So we're in the 1st tier. We've been in the 1st tier for 4 seasons. Last season, we won the UEFA Europa Conference League and the Taça de Portugal, the Portuguese Cup, with them. So we did a double in that regard. And this year, we're in year 9 now. So we just started the league phase, and then we've got the Super Cup against Porto coming up, and then we are going into the group stages of the UEFA Europa League via the Conference League title win last season. So this just decided for the anniversary and until the FM24 cycle ends that I'll stream this save every so often on both YouTube and Twitch and just kind of gauge like the multi-streaming stuff and see how that does numbers-wise. So yeah. Yeah, but the team itself is not bad. It's mostly kind of just the youth movement with a couple of veterans sprinkled in, some academy guys, some free agents. Because I started this save long before Stevon decided to pop up in the Brazilian leagues, and he was still kind of at a lower current level, I was able to get him out of Palmeiras this past off season for about 2.4 million. So he's featuring in the team here so far into the fold. And these are our UEFA Europa League fixtures. So we get Milan as the big one here. Milan's definitely the biggest one of these. Wolfsberger and Rangers and Slavia Prague, fairly big. Young Boys as well, yeah. Who was the other? Okay, Slavia Prague was the other pot one team. So 3 or 4 of these that are going to be tough, but I think most of these other fixtures I should be able to handle without too much of an issue. Definitely a few winnable ones for sure. Like at least enough to get me into the knockout playoff rounds, because the board, weirdly enough, they're like, hey, get top 4 in the league, which we've been doing the past couple of years, but they're like, hey, get to the quarterfinals of the Europa. And I'm like, that might be a bit of a tall task here, buddy, but we're going to try. But yeah, definitely some winnable ones for sure out of that bunch. We'll see how that's changed up the schedule here in just a moment. Interesting part for me is going to be to see whether Porto got into the Europa League or if they went down to the Conference League after the playoff round that they just played that delayed our Super Cup game here. I guess I can find out. Okay, yeah, so we got the schedule now finally sprinkled across with the Europa games, and then Europa League group. So Club Brugge, Lask, Austrian, Dinamo Zagreb, Copenhagen, Karabakh, Olympiacos. So some of the usual suspects are here. Yeah, Porto ended up making it into the Europa as well after the eliminations, so we could see them in the playoffs, who knows. And then Monaco is another big team here, Fenerbahce as well. Yeah, some pretty good teams here as a whole, but in terms of the 8 teams that we got, we definitely have, I think, more winnable games than ones that we could lose, if that makes sense. So, with that said, hold on here. I've been getting a couple of the bots for the course of today here. It's been kind of crazy. Okay, so Tavares, only 1 to 2 days, so his injury isn't too bad. It's just a little bit annoying. So just for context, Marco Tavares is kind of like our star academy graduate from a couple of seasons ago, and he's been developing into an absolute monster so far throughout the save here. Definitely like future team captain material someday too. At the end, within the next season or so. Which, speaking of which, I did wanted to send him on a leadership course. We'll see if the board approves it and lets me do that. Cho Sang-yeon just keeps getting injured. He's kind of like our other big player in the club, but he's just kept getting injured over the last couple weeks here, so that's unfortunate. Plus, there's interest in him since he has a 28 million release clause, so we might lose him in the deadline outright at this point too. We'll wait and see what happens with it. Now let's keep it moving so as to get to the Moiredense game. Moiredense, yeah. I keep getting that fumbled a little bit here. And then... Alright, so... Alright, game incoming here. Some Moiredense. They want me to start the backup. Interesting. I guess, yeah, we can give him a shot since he's been lingering around and probably needs to play at least 1 or 2 games. We'll send the assistant for this presser. Yeah, it's a shame too. He was about to go. Cho Sang-yeon was about to go on international duty anyways, even without the injury. But now he gets to stick around and recover in this case. Which I guess it's good for me in case he just, you know, within 3 weeks, like, yeah, I'm good. Just leave me on the bench and don't start me. Right, some Moiredense. And I did wanted to try something a little bit different for this game. Okay, so Marco Tadis has started a leadership course, great. Because I have a couple variations of the 4-2-3-1 that I've been playing with. This has been our main formation. We kind of have a secondary one that is sort of a bit of a mixture. More midfielders than defensive ones instead. But then I also have this one here that I've been meaning to try out where it's a shadow striker at center rather than an attacking midfielder like before and things of that nature. So let me just put Boy Shadow on the bench. Just kind of select our best roster here, but have Pinto start on goal like they wanted it to. Alright, yeah, we'll try this particular variant of the formation and see how it does. I think there was one thing I needed to alter in it here in just a second. Let's see. But oh, I just realized that with the 31st, it's probably getting ready to shift to September 1st too, and taking a little while due to that. Before I forget, because I think on the static I have a setup, I mean stop crosses, not invite crosses. And then change the lines a little bit here. Perfect. Like, it's meant to be hyper aggressive, but I don't want it to be overly aggressive to the point where I'm leaving myself wide open if they break through those lines to give teams a chance to just counter us and score goals. So okay, so Ruiz is officially a professional, though he's been playing games for us on a pro level for a while now. All right. Sure, we'll take it under advisement here to do those bits of lineup. Just rest the goalie entirely. Then again, yeah, the rotation makes sense too because we do have the bigger game against Porto coming up, so letting the starters get a bit of a break is ideal. So yeah, in this case, Diana can sit this one out too and have Milostivo come in for him. In this case, same with Bro. Have Simicas in. Let's see who else. Boishiro can come in just as the backup for this one, just because Mikkelson's still recovering from the injury that he had beforehand. Besides that, anyone else we need to do anything with? Nope. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Let me adjust the curtains here just so that way the sun's not blinding my face entirely and the camera at the same time. Should be a little bit better now, just to have the light kind of come into the background instead. Perfect. Yeah, looks much better, at least. Alright, so just the, hey, go out there, make a difference, thank you. Moirerense though, 4-4-2, so they're gonna be just probably narrowed, compact, and all that stuff. We'll see what we can do against it. Yeah, Hulk has been their he's been their starting striker for a couple of years, Fire Guy. Just and he's kind of been like a good talisman for them as well too. Like, it's played well still. But yeah, I know like he kind of did the weird played in the weird places of Europe that would pay him most to do it with, and then just eventually came back to Brazil. What a goal from Sumsabel. If that ends up standing, like, please, dear Lord, let it. Let's go.
Outstanding.
Phenomenal steal. Kuznetsov, a little bit short on that pass there. Tavares didn't know where it went, and then just from the outside, blowing away. Love to see it. Hulk kind of became more of a complete player, Lottie, since going to Atletico Mineiro, which is scary, to be completely honest with you. Big man Milostivo almost had his first goal there, off of the set piece. Great save from their keeper, because holy crap, that was destined to go. That was going in otherwise. I mean, we're peppering chances in, which is good, especially since we're on the road against these guys. But yeah, decent first half, some pretty good chances, and we capitalized on one of them, which is important. So let's ideally keep this all going. Kayez is showing as injured. That's not really good. We'll see what happens with him here in the moment. We may just need to replace it. Yeah, Lottie. Paulinho is just a little inconsistent from time to time. Like, when he nails goals, he does. It's very similar to Gabigol Barbosa down there, just with Gabigol's situation. Tsimikas, okay. The old man dancing around, big cross. The goalie didn't get to it. Let's go. 2-0. Like, he just fumbled that. What the hell? So he came out for it. Tsimikas crosses it. Okay, so he, like, tapped it, didn't grab it, and then just on the rebound, Junior Tkayes makes it a 2-0 game. I'll take it. Okay, so a couple of people we probably need to... I'll wait until around the 70th minute, just because I don't want to play the main starters way too much in this one, especially since we're leading. I have no idea in terms of what Abel's going to do. If he does, after 2025, if he does leave Palmeiras, I do think he goes back to Europe, but I'm not sure if he'll just try to go back to maybe Braga or get another job in Portugal or go... I don't know, he could even go to like Qatar or the UAE, to be completely honest. That's a fancy goal from them. Good stuff. I don't think the main European leagues give him a shot as of yet, to be completely honest, just because it's like success in Brazil, like it's all well and good, but it is limited considering some of the coaching competition that one has there. Like, which just goes to say how badly the coaching level in Brazil really is overall, so... Alright, come on, boys. We'll adjust the opposition instructions a little bit more. And then Rodri needs to come out. Like, he has just not been doing well all game long. Okay, yes. Short. Rodri. Yeah, nope. Nope. You need to go, buddy. Leon Franco Fabrito. Yeah. Lottie, in terms of TT, like, yeah, he's, for the Brazilian level, it's like, okay, he's good, but yeah, stubborn as a rock, and it kind of showed in the World Cup performances this past 2022 with the whole situation against Croatia, so yeah. Bro, Tsimikas. Oh, Mabaya almost had that go all the way in here. And then let's do a couple more substitutions here. Mabaya for Lukanic. Ruiz for Tayana. Tkayes for Tavares. Actually, no, Veerman can come in and slot in, and then... Well, Tavares is going to have to slot in regardless of the circumstances, so we'll just do this instead. Let's see who else. Yeah, we should be fine with this. Perfect. Only 15 minutes for some of the starters, and then go from there. But overall, like, if the result holds up, that's another win for us in the league side, which just helps with the overall intent of making top four, and ideally trying to win the title this year would be great. But we'll see how that goes. Lukanic just barely comes in and just scores another long banger. Fantastic.
Outstanding.
So, João, I have not been to Allianz Parque as of yet since the reconstruction, but during my childhood, I did get to go to Parque Antarctica at least 3 different times to watch games there live, and that was great. Really, really enjoyed my time doing that. So I definitely want to go see a new game at the new stadium itself. But yeah, I have seen it at the old one before it got demolished to construct the new one. Yeah, the funniest part with Parque Antártica, the old Palmeiras Stadium, is that due to the way that it was constructed, it didn't have like the high roofs and everything like Allianz Parque does. And Bora Bro, big goal for him. I think that's his first goal ever for the club. It is. Let's go. But the because the stadium didn't have like the high roofs to cover like the pitch and things like that, because the stadium is located in a neighborhood in the northern, like the sort of northwestern part of São Paulo, there's a couple of condominiums that are like nearby the stadium to where you could actually like just walk out into like your veranda, like the situation there, just on your little porch area, and just watch kind of the stadium outward whenever games were going on. At the very least, see the bright lights and like the long distance bodies running across and such. Good goal for them, but too little too late. We still are winning this one 4-2. Yeah, I've been to Brazil a couple of times since moving here. The last visit has been quite some time though. It's been about 7 years, going on 8 now since my last time going there. So I'm hoping the next year kind of break that streak and spend like a good month there just visiting my grandparents, because most of my family is still in São Paulo, like outside of my mom and 2 of my aunts who live here now. So Bora Bro just scores 2 goals playing up front off the bench. Good for him. Great stuff. Great win, and now we are on to Porto in the Super Cup. Let's go. Yeah, but the thing is, João, for the last 5 years or so, we've had like our family members come up here to visit us for a full month. So like my grandparents came along, my aunts and uncles came along 1 year as well too. So just, it's been nice because we have had family come up to visit us, and that's been like, hey, I've at least been able to see them on a constant basis, which has been pretty cool in that regard. And then just it's the matter of like me going down there to visit them and just spending the time down there as well with them that I need to do. So hopefully next year I'll be able to do that. Right, so we've got quick turnaround to the Supercopa, the Supertaça rather. Yeah, Camps, I can't do anything copyrighted-wise just because it's on the YouTube side of the spectrum. I'm not trying to get struck in any way, shape, or form for that. Sorry. We'll have to stay with the lo-fi stuff we've been doing as it is, but hopefully you enjoy the rest of your time at work there. Okay, so deadline... Coquettes 6.5, 4.6. Interesting. They've got. Let's see what happens. So, deadline day. All of these sort of situations, like these rumors of like how many, how much people are gonna pay, etc., etc. It's just like. It's always interesting that they give like a couple of your key guys like numbers of like, oh, these teams are gonna come out and rumored for this much, and then just nothing surfaces out of it. Just like. So just trying to generate controversy for the sake of controversy. Oh boy, Atletico Mineiro with a penalty already. Well, if they tie up the aggregate really quick, that's gonna be it's gonna be interesting. Okay, so trainer of the month, and then Okay, if he's wanted by Real Zaragoza, then come and claim him already. Jeez, man. Okay, so... I just want to gauge this out of mere curiosity. Even if we don't have it right now, just to kind of see how they feel about it. Since they mentioned range being at 6.5, like, overall for him. And, Hulk. Oh, Hulk missed. That is football heritage. Okay, so... one more offers worth 21 million for your client. Caffeine, Ian, thank you for subscribing again. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the 3 months. Hopefully you're doing well over there. Appreciate it. I think the notification will probably pop in with the noises here in just a moment, but I saw the prompt come up, so that's the important part. Interesting. So they are willing to sell. It's been good. We've just been playing the save that I've been playing on YouTube, basically the 9th season of it. So we're still getting some things figured out with it here and what we need to do on our end of the spectrum. So let's see if we can alter this ever so slightly then. Because I need this to be at like... yeah, like 1.7 basically, but we can pay you more if needed be down the line. Let's do this. Just try to maneuver the numbers a little bit and see what they come back with. Because Gyökeres would just be perfect, at least as a short-term situation, but he's not interested in contract talks, so that's that then. Great. Alrighty, so Dragan Vazic, who the hell is he? Like, why are you giving me names of players that have nothing to do with me as a whole? Let's just casually scout him and then ignore. But yeah, Ian, is Caffeine. It's been interesting because I've been multi-streaming for the first time, so both YouTube and Twitch chat. I just got to figure out a better plugin to actually have both of those chats combined rather than the two separate windows where I'm kind of having to look into two slightly different directions to just keep up with everything accordingly here. So things to improve for the next one of these particular streams. It hasn't been bad. I've had, like, the concurrent viewers on YouTube have been a little bit more than what I usually have on average on Twitch, outside of, like, Twitch raids coming in, which had two very kind ones from Mad Scientist, and then MT Michael coming through as well. So those have been nice. But I mean, on the YouTube side of the spectrum, it stayed consistent somewhere between like 9 to 11, which, for something that is streaming at a time that maybe most people are like asleep and things of that nature, and with YouTube being not known for its streaming, it's still pretty decent. So it's okay enough to where I'm willing to experiment with it accordingly until the end of this FM24 cycle and see where it goes. Yeah, that's been my main challenge as well too, is just getting my head around some of this stuff. So Ibotta would be pretty good for that, but between the two, I think. Between Botafogo and São Paulo need Libertadores, João. I'm gonna say Botafogo, but if São Paulo wins, at this point I'm indifferent to it. Whichever one of these guys win, like, it is what it is. Like, Palmeiras is eliminated from the Libertadores. At this point, I'm just kind of like, well, let's just see how this shit show ends more than anything. If anything, I guess the main thing that I can say is, so long as River Plate doesn't win the Libertadores, I'm fine with it. Like, just know that the Argentinians winning it at this point. At any point, really. And, yeah, not much has really happened in this transfer window, which is to be expected. We kind of made most of our moves at the start of the window anyways, like even before the start of the window as a whole. So, Porto sold somebody to Al Hilal for 23.5 million. João Veloso. Oh, wow. So he went to Arsenal. Okay, so that's one less Benfica player I have to worry about. Yeah, agreed, João, on that. Like, for me, Peñarol is fine. I just don't like River Plate at all. All right, so Europa League registration. Let's see what the auto select gives us for that. So our 3 goalies are covered. Great. The only guys that are not in, Milostivou, who is U21, so he'll be fine. Tavares is registered. Just Salai is the only one that's not getting the registration nods so far, and he's kind of a spot player as a whole, so... Yeah, no. Salai, I'm fine with him staying out, to be honest. I mean, in general, like, to me, like, it's just that River and Boca just win pretty much everything in Argentina for the most part, so it'd be nice, like, if it was a slightly different Argentinian team, like, if it was, like, Newell's Old Boys or something along those lines, I'd be slightly less apprehensive about it. So, okay, so the Taça here. So Braga Stadium is hosting us for that, so it's a neutral ground. The assistant can answer that. Why are you having like a youth academy guy be the starting striker? Like, this is a Super Cup game. This is important. So, like, I'd like to have my best players playing it, if you will. All right. All right, let's keep it moving. Okay, Kiwa pulled his hamstring. That's one less defensive depth there that I have to deal with. Alrighty. Oh, so they want... Now they're giving me the actual starters and stuff for this. Great. So early crosses. I'll take their advice on that one. Stavares, Jojic, Stevon, Matos, Lukanic, Virman. Okay, perfect. Let me save, and then we'll go ahead and go into the game here. Okay. Time for the teams to warm up here. Let's go out there and get this done. Ideally, let's go get our first trophy of the season here. Ideally, Porto tends to be a tough game for us overall as a whole, so playing it by ear, seeing what happens. Okay, Diana with the ball here, 19 mark. Bro, Michelson's, Jojic. Okay, Rojas making a run here, a little bit delayed, but Marco Tavares, let's go. Big first goal. Huge. Come on, boys. Even if we have to be a bit too aggressive with these guys, like, let's just go straight for their throats. Good pick up there, Rojas. What a block on Porto's side there. That was almost guaranteed to be a goal there had that not happened. Lukanic crosses it. Okay, can't quite get it. Kuziasari. Stevon there with the recovery. Floats across in. Rodri. Costa with the save. Alright, yeah, we're getting the early chances so far in this one, but stuff like this, Porto has a chance to respond. Oh, he was offside, but that was too close for comfort. More than anything. Oh boy, no. He's injured. Potential lower leg. Shit. Okay, Stevon, slide to the center. Sunsapel to the striker spot. Oh, I just hope it's not a bad injury. I just hope it's not like one of those massive injuries type of things. Okay. Still corner. Lukanic. Blocked. The highlight might be over here at this point. I'm just waiting to see when it wraps up. Sforza, Costa. Mickelson's. Huh. This is going on longer than I would like. So that's 2 big scares they've given me here so far in this one. Can we scare them right back? Yeah!
It's a goal!
Rodrigo Matos on the rebound. I wanted a scare, we gave him a scare. Jojic hit the post first, but on the rebound, Rodri had an open net to just punch that through. Love this for us. Don't love the injury to Tavares, unfortunately, but love the result we're getting so far in this one. It's got one more half to wrap up here, and that might be our first title of the season, if we can hold on, of course. Porto has a lot of talent. Our goalie, though, is one of the best around, so nice try there, Porto. Boishadow goes up, leaps up, and grabs it. Rodri goes to Rojas. Ricardo Rojas, low cross, blocked. Ball still kept in play. Djordjic, Rojas, Veerman. Oof, just a bit outside. Nogueira, big cross there on their side. Porto trying to play their way out of this one here. Finding the links to do so too. So, even though we're sticking with them at the very least. Estevão, Veerman, Djordjic. Right, Rojas making a run here. Good pass to Djordjic. Estevão loses the ball, gets it back though. Big pass to Bordeaux on the left. Oh, great chance there. Just couldn't capitalize on it, unfortunately. Still, the team has been performing, so I can't complain. For the most part here, team has been just stepping up accordingly. Let's make some substitutions here, just get some fresh legs. So Djordjic hasn't really been doing the yellow card worries me, so I'm gonna bring in Salah in for him. Estevão has not been at his best, so Lukanic will slide in. Mabaya can come in and then for Tayana, Milostivu can come in. Besides that, yeah, we should be in a good place here with these. Alright boys, less than 20 minutes here. Let's hang on and get our title out of this. Oh. And there's our first title of the season, boys and girls. Let's go. And it was a complete shutout too.
Victory.
Love this for us in particular. Well, that is the Portuguese Super Cup conquered. So, great start to the season. Not gonna lie. As the black and red confetti rains down on us. Yeah, I can. So let's see here. Please, yep. Yeah, great stuff all around. And it's a shutout win over Porto, who may have not played the full strength on this one, but we took it seriously enough. So 3 weeks. Ugh. It's not as bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but still pretty bad. Let's just get the presser answer, and then I'll go to the hardware section here. So trophies wise, the ones that we won out of it, honors wise, Taça de Portugal, which was 2031, so last season. Same with the UEFA Europa Conference League, the Super League just now. And then the Allianz Cup, which was 2029 over in Season 6. And then the Campeonato Nacional, the 4th tier title, which was the first season that we played. It was the 2024 wrap-up, I think. Head coaches, that should show me as well. Yep, should show the milestones. So, champions of the 4th tier, Liga, the third tier champions, 3rd place in the 2nd tier, then the Allianz Cup in 2029, and then the Conference League and Taça de Portugal titles, plus the Super Taça this season. And then pretty good record, all things considered here so far into this one. So 2 league wins, 4 cup wins, 3 promotions so far into all of this. All right, so I'm gonna do the Portimonense game and then do the Europa League debut here as well at the very least. So in the meantime, what I'm going to be doing here is just taking another restroom break and water refill break here, so about 5 to 10 minutes, and I'll be right back with you guys. I'm going to use this time to just have the sites run ads accordingly, just so that way we can get these out of the way and not have them interfere with the rest of the experience overall. So yeah, give me about 10 minutes or so. I will be back to follow up on the games here. So. Alright, we're back. Thank you for your patience on all that. Let's see, how has he been training as well? I think we've been having him do ball playing defender? Yeah, we have. Perfect. Let's develop his weaker foot instead, yeah. Like, I don't want him having to drag the ball to his stronger foot and taking an extra second on, like, a situation where if people are browsing, they could easily take it away from him. So, right, Portimonense is next. They're second place right now. We're in third, so already a fairly big early game here, all things considered. Alrighty. Cool. Trying to stir trouble about not being chosen for the Europa League staff is just like, man, I have better choices. If you're not one of them, just kind of learn from it, do better, be better, etc., etc. No change training up here to add a match review to Mondays after this game, and then prep everything for the Europa game. Alright, that's out of the way here. No need to worry about all of this, and Okay. Game start here. Oh, the cross didn't quite get to where he needed to go on that, but good interception there. Okay, yes. Ooh, Sunsapel almost got that going. Okay, Gonçalves Teves, Moreno. Tough goal to concede. That's unfortunate. Let's make some adjustments here on the... All these 4-4-2s, I hate it here so much. Okay, so throw in for us here, Bordeaux. Okay, yes. From like an impossible angle to an extent, but come on, ref. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Like, in no way did that look like it was some sort of like offside goal or anything. Everybody was within the same line range, aka near the actual touch line. Right, we get one back. Don't have the shame of conceding the first shot on target to them in that extent and not have anything to show for it. But ideally, put together a better second half. More shots on target. You have to be better in front of the goal. Need to change the game for us. Okay, was he off? Thank you. Whew. See by how much. Just like half a step, but yeah, half a step enough on it. Okay, so Rojas here with the throw-in. Mabaya. Stevon, oh, just wide. Okay, yes. And a tap in from Bordeaux. Let's go. Great free kick there to get the goalie to kind of jump in and have to try to make a save. And then yeah, just a good turnaround and making that run and making it all happen from it. Let's make some substitutions here. So Jojic for Bell. Stevon slides up. Lukanic. And then Veerman. Salai. Yeah, just switch these around. Stevon has not been playing well. Somolinos, yeah, Steve. Okay. Right, just a couple more minutes here and we can grab another one. Ideally. Potential foot injury. Damn it. Okay. Goldman Smikas, get in here. The injury bug is definitely biting us accordingly here so far into this one. Okay, Rodrigo Matos. Right, Salae. Smikas crosses it. Okay, I'll give their goalie that. That was one hell of a save on that one there. I thought that was in. With the rebound and all, I 100% thought that was going in. Unfortunate. Simkas loses it. That's not ideal. Not ideal at all. Somebody make a tackle, please. Like, take a technical foul. Like, take a tactical foul here for the love of God, or do that. Yeah, that's fine too. There we go. Matos. Offside, you know what? Fair enough. That stops it and forces them to reset it. Whew. Portugal Nancy played us tough, but we come out with the victory out of it. Just the injury is not ideal. Whatever that is. Let's see. Okay, so we're up in first at the moment, which is good. Only 9 to 11 days. Whew. Okay, better to lose it for 2 weeks than like 2 to 3 months. So. But we do go limping into Europa a little bit here with a couple of these injuries. So. Just gotta make the most of what we have. Sabah FK is from Azerbaijan, I think. I'm gonna say Azerbaijan, yeah. Excuse me. Alright. So, the plan basically is we're going to do the Europa League debut, play that through, and given that it's almost like 5 p.m. my time and dinner hours are coming, it is going to be probably the last game of the stream, but overall this has been pretty fun. Definitely a longer stream than what I'm used to on my side of the spectrum, but wouldn't mind doing a couple more of these as we head into the tail end of the FM24 cycle as time permits me to do it for this particular save. So like I'll keep you guys posted for both like the YouTube community posts as well as through Twitter/X in terms of when I'll come on next for this particular save in and of itself. But yeah, definitely, like this is going to be a multi-stream one for sure, just because the basis of the save started on YouTube to begin with, so it's only fair that I continue doing it on YouTube for as long as it goes through. So because I want to have like the live VODs of it as well too being saved as well, so people can access and watch what's going on with the save too at a later point if they weren't able to catch it live. So Alright, yep. We're favored for this one, which is a good thing, but we'll see. It's a new experience for us, and right here. Just add the instructions here to just kind of go with their weaker foots for the most part. Yep, this one is all. Let me save real quick here. Ooh, okay, so Fluminense is still leading the aggregate 1-0, which is, yeah, tough for Galo. Like, they're gonna have to come back into this one for sure. Alrighty. Let's do this. And because we need to hear the theme. There we go. Alright, so our first ventures into the UEFA Europa League. I mean, they've been going okay so far into it here. 9 minutes in, Jojic, the ball, Mabaya, Tkaez hits the post. Oh man, that was a golden opportunity there. Here's Tomar though, like, okay, huge free kick here. Tkaez just skims it outside. That's rough. But some encouraging signs so far. We have been dominant in the ball. Simkas, Lukanic, Tkaez. Second time hitting the post. Simkas. Oof. Went with the far post stuff and just didn't quite pan out. Sends it back over to us. Tayana with the ball here. Lukanic. Somolinos. Gyohas. Obstacle back. Somolinos. Mabaya. Stevon. Dribbling his way through. Jojic. Lukanic. Mabaya. Jojic just got all-muscled out of that one, I guess, but bad clearance. Junior Tkaez finally gets one to go in.
It's a goal!
hit the post 2 times in this one, but the third one, he nails. 1-0 União de Tomar. We're fine for now. So. Okay, so Molinos. Good pass there. Treyes. Estevão. Shots blocked. But they just can only clear it, not quite get it passed out of their zone and moving into an attack, so still keep it. Simkas, Lukanic, Djordjic. Tried to get into the box, couldn't quite do it, and the long shot just a little bit on the wide side there. Okay, Simkas with the throw-in, Sunsapel, Diana, Somolinos, Rojas. Okay, yes again. Everybody just whiffed on that low cross there. My God. Like, Rojas just sent that for everybody in the box here. And their goalie just completely jumped the wrong way too. So... right, free kick chance here. Treyes has a chance at a hat trick. Gets it. An unforgettable night for Junior Treyes. A hat trick in an European competition. It's gotta feel good. As for substitutions, Somolinos for Michelsons. The fullbacks have been doing fine. Djordjic hasn't been doing all that hot, so he can get replaced for now. Okay, Estevão. The cross. Ooh. Skim the top bar. Goal kick. Ooh. And it's Incas. Treyes tried to pass it, but too short of a pass there on his side. Ooh, good interception there, Rodri. Sunsapel. Should have hit the back of the net with that one. Junior Treyes lines up the free kick. Goes for his fourth on that one, but just could not quite get the angle he needed. Not a whole lot sort of happening here, but people are trying their best. Just switch roles around here once these two guys come in. Rojas couldn't quite clear it. Jose Miguel. Well, he gets a consolation goal for them. Makes it 3-1. Vierman, Lukanic got body blocked for a throw-in? What the hell? Okay, Tayana, Simkas, Lukadic, Rojas. Gets out muscled on the ball. Big pass there. Stevom. Okay, yes, finds his 4th of the night. My God. What a night for him. The sharpshooting is on point with this one. Stevom. Leading the counterattack here. Has the pace to do it. Takes the shot himself, almost gets that to go in. It bumbled out of Imanov's hands for a second. 4 minutes of... 4 more minutes left. Oh, wow, what a goal. Okay, I gotta give it its props. That was a fantastic goal from them. Like, whoa. Yeah, give him his red. Give him his red, ref. That was reckless. You should have known better with a yellow. You should have known better. Either way, fantastic first one in the Europa League here for us. Gets us a, 3 goals to go for the goal differential here, the 3 points. 1 down, 7 to go in the group stage aside, and we're in the top 8 right now. So it's a good thing. Or +2 rather, yeah, I'd forgotten about the initial goal there. But yeah, that is going to do it for us here on the streaming side of the spectrum. For those who joined me for my 2-year anniversary of just content creation as a whole, both on YouTube and on Twitch, thank you. Sincerely appreciate it. It's a lot of you have made this all happen in the first place, so just incredibly thankful for all of it there, both on the YouTube side as well as on Twitch. Big thanks to Mad Scientist and then MT Industries, Michael, over on Twitch for their raids as well too. We'll find somebody to raid ourselves and just pay it forward accordingly here. I just need to figure out who is online right now out of the people that I do know. So Saimaggio is on over on Twitch, so we'll go over to him. Just say a quick hello. I think he's testing out FC25, so we'll hear it from the horse's mouth as to how that's going. So rates being set up over on Twitch, and again, for everybody on YouTube and on Twitch, thank you so much. Hope to see you all again sometime soon. Take care of yourselves. Till next time.